on, but I muted you. Oh, and you need another connection? Oh, no. Never mind.
This is for the video.
Okay.
You said I'm muted on the other one?
Yeah, I have you muted on the other side. You're fine. You're good to go.
All right, so when are you going to unmute me?
When you get ready to talk.
Okay, all right.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Benefits Office, I'd like to welcome you to our retirement planning workshop today. Glad to see everyone here this morning. My name is Linda Phelps, and I do work in the Benefits Office here at Duke. We have several staff members floating around today, so if you have questions of any of us, we'll be glad to assist you. Just a couple of housekeeping items to remind you of before we get started is if you do have your cell phones on, we do ask that you please turn those off. We'd also like to bring your attention that we are recording the workshop today, and it also is video streaming live on our website. It's an interactive workshop. We do welcome your questions, so feel free to ask any of our presenters, and they welcome your comments and feedback. So first on our agenda today is Lynn Ball. Lynn is going to be covering a wide variety of issues pertaining to retirement planning. She has conducted this seminar for Duke since 2007, and she also always receives excellent feedback on the evaluations. Lynn has more than 20 years of experience in financial consulting, investments, and benefit plans, and is a registered investment advisor. She has a BA from the University College of New York. At the end of Lynn's presentation, Bill Phillips is going to be joining us, and Bill is going to be covering information related to your Duke-specific benefits in retirement. Bill joined Duke in 2002 as the Manager of Benefits Administration and Communications, and he manages the administration, communication, and customer service functions of the Duke Benefits programs. Previously, Bill worked with PricewaterhouseCoopers as a senior consultant within their global human resources outsourcing practice. And prior to this, he worked in a marketing role with Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina. So again, we welcome you today. We're glad to have you here, and we hope you enjoy the seminar.
Thank you, Linda. Good morning, everyone. We are trying to get our technological things together. If you were wondering why I was standing next to Linda, that was because we have two microphones going this morning. So we just wanted to get that right. Welcome to Duke Financial Fitness Week. It's great to see a room full of people who are thinking about retirement. And I've been thinking about retirement as well. I've been thinking about retirement at Duke, as I do every morning before I come to give a presentation. And I thought that I would ask you a little bit about retirement, because we're really here today to talk about some of the challenges of retirement. And I thought I would ask you. You knew where you were coming this morning. You knew that you were going to spend your morning here with us. What are some of the challenges that you've identified? Money. Money how? Having enough money, that's right. Not too many people are concerned with having too much money. Right. What other concerns do we have about retirement? Yes?
Health benefits.
Health benefits. And what about just health? How healthy will we be? That might be a question on your mind as well. What else?
When exactly to retire?
When to retire. Big question. And there's another piece to that. Yes, how are you going to live those years in retirement? And when I think of how I'm going to live those years, I am also thinking about the cost of how I would like to live those years. Because there is a cost to every lifestyle decision that we make. Other concerns. You might be thinking, how long will I live? You know, we know that retirement is a challenge. My Aunt Hilda passed away 2 years ago. She was 102. Try to imagine this. She had a brother who passed away in World War II and named her as his beneficiary. She had been receiving annuity payments since 1944. She died in 2011. That's what it means to have a good life on the upside. But what do you think about that? What do you think about the amount of money that she was getting that started in 1944? Do you think it meant much to her in 2011? Why? Inflation, of course. So inflation is one of those big concerns as well that we have to really think about. Now today, we're going to be talking about some of these challenges and how to think about them. We can't really resolve them in this sort of a meeting. We have to first challenge ourselves with, are we thinking through everything appropriately? Do we have an appropriate checklist? And I always think about, if I mention the name Donald Rumsfeld, remember him? When they published the Wit and Wisdom of Donald Rumsfeld, there are going to be two things that I'll be looking for. One was he had an unfortunate use of the word cakewalk. That was one. And the other was he had a little lecture to the press where he talked about the things that we know versus the known unknowns and the unknown unknowns. Now, unknown unknowns are the storms of life we can't predict. Something just happens, nobody'd ever seen it before, it happens, and it changes everything. We can't do anything about those in a meeting like this. But what I want to focus on today are the known unknowns. Inflation is a fine example. We know it's going to be there, but how do we estimate? How do we predict? How do we have a strategy to deal with that known unknown? Same thing is true with markets, securities markets. We know that they go up and down. We don't know how much they're going to go up and down, right? So we're going to consider all of those things today. Now, the first thing, as I mentioned, is to really begin to think about your own life. What are you going to need, and what are your resources to get those needs met? And we encourage you to start with some of the issues in your own life that are going to impact your money in retirement. So first and foremost, to do an assessment, just say to yourself, based on what I know today, and what do you know today? Well, you know how much your current costs are. You may know that you don't want to retire living in the home that you're currently living in. You may know that when you're retired, you'll finally be done with tuition bills. Or you may know other issues that is knowledge that you have right now that allows you to predict changes, differences, and things that will remain the same. So we really want to think about that. Where do I want to be? On the day you walk out the door, where do you need to be? Financially and otherwise. Where are you starting from today? So this means pulling together information to figure out where am I now and how far do I have to go. And of course, there is the issue of how long do I have to get there? You know, how long do you have to continue to save or continue with your program of accumulating assets, whatever it may be? What is the way that you're going to do that? And these are questions that you really have to ask yourself first, because they're going to direct or redirect what you do with your money. All right, so do keep that in mind. Those are some very basic ideas, but nobody can start to plan a retirement without a personal assessment. Retirement is a custom job, as I like to say. Everybody's retirement is different. This is one time when talking to friends may be of a help, but it may not be of help, depending on your circumstances. Your retirement may be different from that of your friends and neighbors. Keep in mind that you are planning for a third of your life or more. Now, I mentioned my Aunt Hilda. I also had a friend, Marguerite Wilson, who lived to be 105. And she retired at 55. That's a long time. And it's a long time based on a lot of ideas that we could talk about financially or otherwise. So financially, of course, 45 years without a paycheck. Okay? It is a challenge. 45 years, in 45 years, if inflation runs at its average, it's going to more than quadruple if it runs at its average. So these are thoughts that we have to have. When you look at this simple little chart, you know, we hear sometimes people talk about, oh, so-and-so is living paycheck to paycheck. But you know what? It's usually used as a negative. But isn't it a relief to know that in 2 weeks there's another one of those chunks of money that's going to appear in the bank? That's great. Well, that's not going to happen in retirement. You have to plan now so that you'll be able to take distributions, manage your money, et cetera, such that you are paying yourself. And one idea that I do like you to keep in mind is that in paying ourselves, it's not like a paycheck. The beauty of the paycheck is most of us get our money from that one source. But in retirement, you will be getting money from multiple sources. You will be getting money perhaps from an employer-sponsored retirement plan. You'll be getting money from Social Security. You may have other assets. You may have inheritance. There are many different sources for these different types of money. And guess what? They all have different rules. So your retirement plans at Duke have their rules. IRAs and other types of assets that you have certain rules. And if you're also going to be getting money from Social Security has their own rules. And there's another organization, IRS, has rules about all of the others. Okay? So it really becomes a challenge not only to understand, well, how much money will I have, but where are these different pools of money coming from? How do I get access to these different pools of money? And then finally, what kind of taxation rules apply to the money that I do receive? One other thing I like to point out on this slide, and that is that I think I should warn you ahead of time that I am biased towards the idea that some of us are going to live very long lives. That is my own bias. You'll hear me address that over and over again. Those of you who are going to pass away young and beautiful, you know, good news and bad news, right? The reason why I'm mentioning this is that retirement itself these days is being looked at in terms of phases. So what we look at is a younger retiree versus an older retiree. Now, most of you sitting here today, I would consider you younger retirees, but what I want you to do as you sit here today is to consider the younger retirees' needs versus the possible changes to the older retirees' needs. And the younger retiree needs to plan for both of those people. Plan for yourself now and plan for yourself later. So by that I mean health questions, long-term care questions, caring for you and a spouse, caring for family members. These are all things that often change as we get older. Changing residences. often changes as we get older. So I want you to consider the phases of retirement as well. We show it here on the board as one phase, but actually you could divide the retirement itself into two different phases. Now, the first known unknown that we want to discuss is the enemy of every retired person. It is inflation. And we have shown this little meal. I was considering last night whether or not we should up the price, the starting price on this meal, because I think right now it would be more than $9.70. However, everybody in this room knows, and you probably have your own favorite example to illustrate inflation. Some people use a pack of gum when they were a kid. My favorite is ice cream cones. You know, I grew up as a kid. I loved ice cream. I still love ice cream, unfortunately. But I used to think of the cost of other things in terms of how many ice cream cones is that, right? And of course, today, when I go to buy an ice cream cone, I'm stunned at the price of an ice cream cone because I used to pay a nickel and got 2 scoops. So we do have to consider inflation, know a little bit about it. So a little bit about it. Over 80 years, 86 years, I believe, the government has been tracking inflation. It averages 3% per year. That is the long-term average if you average out those 86 years. Now, if you were around and paying attention, you've seen double-digit inflation. Remember when President Carter was in office? We had double-digit inflation during those years. So when we talk about a long-term average, that's fine, but we don't really know what we're going to get. When inflation runs at its long-term average of 3% per year, that means that prices will double every 24 years. Okay, and we've probably all lived that statistic in terms of the prices that we pay when we go to spend our money. Now, keeping that in mind, you also have to keep in mind some other issues with inflation, and that is that the government's way of tracking inflation is not perfect, and there's some things that they don't track. So if you're in the marketplace for health insurance, don't look for a 3% rate of inflation. Don't look for it in tuition cost either. So it depends on where your money is going as to what rate of inflation you're likely to experience, and do keep that in mind. Now, what we want to do here is really begin the process of hammering down the middle. We want to hammer down those things that we know we've got to consider. One of them came up in the audience. When? When are you going to retire? Some of you may be ready right now with one foot on a banana peel, and others of you may still be on the fence. When I counsel people, I often tell them, you'll know when you're ready. Something changes and you know it's time. If you're still wondering when is it going to be, you're not ready yet. Okay? So when it's going to start is very important. What are you going to do? Someone also raised this issue. How will you spend your average day? How much traveling will you do? Where will you live? These types of questions are very important to consider. That's going to be the biggest factor in how much money you're spending. What type of lifestyle are you living, or do you wish to live? Keeping in mind, once again, the phases of retirement, that typically people are very active in the first half of their retirement and less so in the second half of their retirement. So while we saw that chart earlier that was really reflecting inflation when we saw spending going up in the retirement phase, that is mostly due to inflation. But what is counteracting that is the fact that as people do get older, over 80, and I have to, these days I have to say, over their late 80s, because many, many people are still actively traveling and doing things before they reach 90, and a few after they reach 90. But there is a tendency to do a little less, to do a little less travel, for example. And that can actually bring your costs down even while inflation is pushing cost up. So it does have sort of a counteractive type of relationship there towards the second half of retirement. Lastly, big question. How long will it last? Now, of course, this is a really nice way of breaking into the discussion about life expectancy. And we all know that life expectancies have gone up in the United States. In particular, they've gone up for people who have desk jobs. The people who are digging ditches aren't necessarily living that much longer. But those of us who have a job that isn't taking a daily toll on the body, we tend to be living much longer, and the averages are showing that. So one of the things that I think you have to consider is your life expectancy number. I think everybody should push their life expectancy out by 3 to 5 years, average life expectancy. And then we kind of need to think about a contingency plan if we get really lucky, okay, and we really live a long life. So those things are the variable factors that you really need to think about now from the beginning. There's a process here, and the first step of the process is, of course, as I mentioned, to think about your own particular variables. But there are some things that you can hammer down right now, and one of them is, what is it costing you to live right now? So some of you may be working with a budget, and some of you may not. But to sit down, you and your spouse, if you're married, and figure out, what are we spending now? Where's the money going right now? And this is just an example that we put together to show you. Work expenses, of course, medical insurance, and medical insurance while you're working is typically not as onerous as it would be if you did not have employment. Where does money go for entertainment, transportation? How much are you saving? All of this would add up to 100% of what you're spending now. And what we basically want to do is use that as our benchmark to ask the question, what will be different when we retire? So looking at this list, the first thing we would say is, well, some of you might pick up a part-time job or a job after you retire. 50% of current retirees are doing that. So if you are, you might maintain some work expenses, but if you're going to retire and just leave the job, not go back to work, not do anything else that causes you to have to commute or drive back and forth or dress appropriately for a job, those expenses are going to go away. So think about what will change when you retire. Some things will go up and some things will go down. So just again, with our example, we think that transportation will go up because most retirees have free time, and so they tend to travel more, especially again at the beginning. Housing might not change that much, but it depends on you and your own personal housing situation. A lot of times, people at retirement or near retirement have reduced or paid off their mortgage. Do housing costs ever go away? Not if you live in my house, they don't. No, there's always cost associated with living somewhere. There's taxes, there's repairs, there's all kinds of issues that come up when you own a home. So we do think that that expense comes down, but at the same time it does not go away. Other things to think about. Entertainment costs often go up. Once again, same reason, more leisure time. Medical insurance, likely to go up. Actively employed people tend to have a higher subsidy. Depends on what you're eligible for when you retire. But certainly don't be surprised if health insurance goes up. We did discuss that. Once you're over the age of 65, you'll be eligible for Medicare. A lot of people don't know that Medicare does have a cost associated with it. The vast majority of people pay the lowest cost, but still, currently the lowest cost is $105 a month, and it can go higher than that if you have a high income in retirement. So those are things to look into and consider. There is, here on this example, as we add up all of the expenses that we are expecting in retirement, having brought into our statistics what we're projecting to spend in retirement versus what we saw in our current budget. In this example, the individual has what we call a replacement ratio of 70%. So in the prior slide, when they added up everything that they were spending currently, that's the baseline, that's 100% of now. And then they're trying to project what percentage of what we're spending now will we need to spend in retirement. We call this the retirement replacement ratio. On average, I would say most people come in between 70 and 80%. But a lot of people come in between 95 and 105. Yes. Why? Because it's hard to cut back on lifestyle, and it's hard not to do the things that you've promised yourself you were going to do a whole life of working. You know, so don't be surprised. This exercise is something that can be very enlightening, and it can also give you a little rule that you're trying to adhere to. Your expenses are not going to be the same every year. Something's going to always come up. But if you have in your mind that I've got a goal of 70% as my starting point, we know that, you know, over time you're going to have to adjust for inflation. But you have something to base your budget on and something to consider every time something comes up and someone says, oh, let's go to Europe. Well, can we go to Europe and stay within 5% of my goal? So these are just ideas for process that you want to keep in mind. Now, having considered what it might cost you, the next question is, what can you identify that you're going to have coming in? How much will you have? And as I mentioned to you before, pardon me, you have multiple sources for income when you retire. And those multiple sources include Social Security, and of course your Duke retirement plans. And in the middle, we have a bucket that we refer to as personal resources. And personal resources is everything that doesn't fit into the other two. So you might have your own savings. You might have a spouse who has a retirement plan or two. You might have IRAs that you started over the years and contributed to. I've met people who have like 15 IRAs. They didn't want to put them all in one bank or anything. So they have them many IRAs where they've made contributions. So these are all things to begin to gather up. Your spouse's assets are a personal resource to you. And if ever there was a time for two spouses to sit down and figure things out, retirement is really it. To figure out who has the better medical choices, for example, or how are you going to take your retirement? Are you going to leave something to me? Am I going to leave something to you? How are we going to do it? Not everyone does this in the same manner. So some married people have been married before. They might want to leave their retirement plans to children. So these are all things to consider with a partner, with your spouse, and with yourself. With anyone that you trust to talk these things through with, it can also be helpful. Now we're going to start with Social Security. Social Security, of course, has been around since Franklin Roosevelt, since the 30s. Now, you can see that the age for full retirement benefits from Social Security used to be age 65. I don't remember when they changed it, but they put in some rules so that a person born between 1943 and 1954, their full retirement age is age 66, and born after 1959, the full retirement age is age 67. Now, do you notice anything bizarre about this chart? Yeah, well, Social Security had to save some money, so they just decided to drop you people that were born between 55 and 59. Now, in actual fact, this is great minds at work. Basically, if you were born between 1954 and 1959, you add 2 months for every year. So if you were born in 1956, your full retirement age is 66 and 4 months, adding 2 months for 1955 and 2 months for 1956. Yes, it's bizarre. Social Security does like to prorate everything right down to the day. To find out about how much you're getting. Now, you may know that Social Security used to send us our statements every year. Then they stopped. And they said, you have to go online. Well, I just heard they're starting again. But not for everybody. Now, I recently went online and I did mine, and I was kind of impressed with the system. They do ask you a number of questions. Identifiers. They have always been concerned about identity fraud, and they ask a number of questions so that the next time you visit the site, if you don't remember your password, and I'm sure I won't remember mine, that they can ask you certain security questions and go ahead and allow you to change your password. What they just announced the other day is that they are going to go back to sending statements to people who have not gone online yet and who are over a certain age. Okay, so if you get one in the mail, you know what's going on. So now a couple of things. I find that it is very helpful to see that statement. In fact, it's going to show you, if you're under 62 at this point, it's going to show you how much you would receive if you take it early at age 62 versus how much at your full retirement age and how much at the age of 70. Excuse me. So, while we have different full retirement ages for full benefits from Social Security, anyone can decide they're going to take it early as 62 or somewhere in between 62 and your full retirement age. But now think about this. Social Security is what is called a defined benefit pension, meaning we don't know what goes in. They define what we're going to get. So when a plan works that way, it's basing how much you're going to get on some variable factors. Life expectancy is one of them. So your average life expectancy plays a role in this. And if you decide that you're going to take your benefit early, let's say your full retirement age is 66 and you say, I'm going to take it at 62, I'm going to get it the minute I can get it. Well, the way the plan views that decision is, that means you're going to be retired for 4 additional years over what would have been had you waited until 66. That means we have to stretch the money out over those 4 years, issuing to you 48 more checks. So do you think they just give you 48 more checks? No, they're going to look at the value that's accumulated and stretch it out over those additional 4 years. So you're going to see that there is a reduction in what you get every month if you take it early. All right, so keep that in mind. This is an example. If your full retirement age is 66 and you take it 4 years in advance of your full retirement age, you take it at 62, you're going to receive a check that's 75% of what you would have received at age 66. Okay, so that's how they're spreading the money over those additional 4 years. Now, can you take it at 63, 64, 65? Yes, you can, and that would be a different reduction based on the time factor. But do keep that in mind because that is an issue. Also, Social Security has a spousal benefit. Now, I always say to understand the spousal benefit, you need to take yourself back to Franklin Roosevelt's time in the 30s, where there was an assumption about American life. And this was the assumption that every home had a white picket fence outside. Dad was the breadwinner. Mom stayed home, took care of the kids, cleaned the house while wearing high heels and pearls. It was a beautiful life. Probably a fairy tale then, but certainly a fairy tale now. However, Social Security is sort of grounded in this same idea that every home has two spouses and that they're going to be retiring together. So Social Security has maintained a spousal benefit for many years, and this is how it works. A spouse will receive half of what the higher earning spouse is receiving, or an amount based on his or her own work record, whichever is higher. So for example, if you have two people who've always worked in similar income, generated similar income, and they've worked the same number of years and so on and so forth, they're probably each going to get a Social Security payment based on their own work record. But if one spouse has worked 40 years and the other spouse has worked intermittently, maybe 15 years when you look back on the career, took time off, did other things, and so on. Well, in that case, you might have a disparity between the two amounts based on work records. When that is the case, Social Security will look to see which one benefits the lower income spouse the most. Does the lower income spouse benefit more by taking 50% of what the upper income spouse would get, or by taking an amount based on his or her own work record? So that's how that would work. Social Security does always look to see how can you benefit more. They always give you the greater of. So this is something just to be aware of, that this 50% benefit is available for spouses who may not have worked a full career. This 50% amount would also be reduced if the spouse decides to take it early. So if the spouse were to take it at 62 instead of waiting for full retirement age, they would also see the same type of reduction that we just talked about. Questions on any of this? Yes?
Okay, so scenario. So let's say that you have one part of the couple that's 62, but they don't want to draw on their Social Security to full retirement age. The other one is not 62 yet. Can the person who's 62 draw a spousal benefit from the other Social Security and then not draw on theirs until they get to full retirement age?
I want you to bear with me because I'm going to tease you. I refer to this as the two trains running. Do you remember in elementary school we used to get these word problems about two trains leave the station One's traveling at 60 miles an hour, one's traveling at 40 miles an hour. I believe that you can do that. I would say that I don't feel comfortable explaining it to you. It's something to really ask of Social Security how that works. But if each person has a work record, they absolutely can do it. And I believe that it can also be done even if only one partner in the marriage has worked. But I would want you to verify that with Social Security. Yes?
For survivors' benefits, if your husband was already receiving Social Security, is that 50% for the wife that they'll receive?
All right, so she's asking, what if the husband's receiving Social Security and the husband passes away? How does that work? Now, this is a survivor benefit. What we've been talking about so far is what happens while both of you are living, right? But she's talking about a survivor benefit. What happens in that case? Let's say that one spouse is getting their full amount and the other spouse is taking half, 50%. If the higher earning spouse passes away, what Social Security does is they take away the 50% from the survivor, and the survivor begins to get the amount that the deceased was getting. So once again, they go to the higher amount, but they do take away the 50% and they pay the surviving spouse the 100% that the deceased was receiving. Yes?
Can you take it late? Like if I have other sources of income and I don't want to take my Social Security until I'm 70, can I get a higher check and take it late?
God bless you for asking that question. So she says, can she take it late? Yes. Not only can you take it late, but Social Security will reward you for taking it late. So, a couple of things to know. The age of 70 is kind of a magic number when it comes to retirement plans. You can delay taking your Social Security benefit up to the age of 70, at which time you have to take it, and at which time, since Social Security is no longer going to reward you, you might as well take it. What do I mean by reward? Social Security will increase your payment by 8% each year you wait between your full retirement age and age 70. So once again, using 66 as our example, wait 4 years, 8% per year. Now, I would like to remind you that the stock market hasn't always been that predictable. But Social Security will pay you 8% per year for waiting. And again, this is between your full retirement age and the age of 70 for every year that you wait. Other questions? Yes. Wait, we have two people asking. I don't know where the second one is. Lee, you go.
So if I claim this spousal benefit, louder please? No. If I claim this benefit, the spousal benefit?
Yes.
Will it penalize me for anything if I wait till I'm 70 to retire?
All right, so her question is, as a spouse, and she's entitled to claim the spousal benefit, would she have any penalties if she waits until the age of 70? And the answer to that is no, there's no penalty. Now, there was a second question somewhere in the room. Here, okay.
Yes, when you were talking about the spousal benefit, let's say the person whose work, not as significant, would it affect the benefit of the one that did work?
No. So she's asking if one spouse has had a lower income or less work over the years, does that impact the benefit paid to the other spouse? It does not. It does not. So each person accumulates their own record over their working years. And if one spouse has earned less, that's their work record, but it does not impact what the higher earning spouse would receive.
And would you have had to be married a certain amount of time? Is there something?
Typically, the question is, do you have to be married a certain amount of time? For this, no. But for other things, you do have to be married at least 1 year. Yes?
What if there's a difference in ages? For instance, the
older one retired, say, at 68, and the younger one was going to take half of that benefit, would it be half of the amount that they're collecting, or would it be reduced by the difference in age?
It is not reduced by the difference in age as far as Social Security is concerned. So he's asking a question that I had to think about. I thought you were going someplace else. For many pensions, which are defined benefit pensions, there is a factor in the age difference between spouses. But with Social Security, that's not the case. Your spouse would still have to be eligible to receive Social Security. You couldn't, if you had a 20-year-old spouse, don't laugh. If you had a 20-year-old spouse, they couldn't actually receive the benefit until they've reached an age of eligibility. But the difference in ages is not a consideration with Social Security.
So the spouse would get 50% of whatever your retirement is?
Yes, when eligible, yes. When she's eligible.
Fully. Full retirement eligible?
Or even early retirement eligible.
Okay, so even in an early retirement, they would still get 50% of whatever the
No.
retirement is?
All right, so let's go back a minute. Let's say you're getting $1,000, and if the person, your spouse, waits until full retirement age for them, they're going to get 50%. If they don't wait and they take it early, they're going to get about 35%, I believe it is. Okay, so there's a reduction even for a spouse who's taking the 50%. Yes?
If somebody still has a job after 70,
Mm-hmm.
and they still have to take Social Security?
Oh, yes. Absolutely. Now, the good news is you're still accumulating also. It's still, you can receive an adjustment annually from how much you're receiving from Social Security if you're still working. Yes. Yes, so it still counts towards your benefit.
And if one of the spouses never worked, does that change anything?
If the spouse has never worked, it does not change what we've been talking about here. No. Yes?
Is there a point at which, somebody had mentioned this once to me, there's a point at which it crosses over, so if you retire at 62, in a certain number of years, if you waited, the money would cross over and be equal, like 13 years or something?
It's referred to as the breaking point. She's talking about the point at which people are always trying to figure out, should I take it early or should I wait? And Social Security itself used to have a little calculator on their website to help you figure out your break-even point. They removed it a couple of years ago. I think it was the only reason people were going there. However, you can Google that, break-even on Social Security, and a lot of calculators will come up and you can take a look at that. I think we better move on. Now, some things to know about Social Security. It's been mentioned. What if I am getting my Social Security and I'm working? If you are under your full retirement age, taking your benefit and working, Social Security has imposed limitations. So these limits work in this way. If you are between age 62 and full retirement age, normal retirement age, that's what NRA is, and you earn more than $15,480 in a year, Social Security is going to dock your payments the following year by $1 for every $2 you earned over this limit of $15,000. So Social Security would like you to consider waiting for full retirement, especially if you're going to work. Their idea is, well, if you wanted to retire, why are you still working? Social Security doesn't see any other retirement other than their own. They live in a silo. They're not concerned with where you're getting money from other sources. They're just thinking if you're taking your Social Security, you're retired, right? So that's how they see it. In the year that you're going to turn your full retirement age, they allow you to earn more, up to $41,400 before any penalty kicks in, and the penalty is milder. It's $1 for every $2 you earn over this limit of $41,400. Okay? After reaching your full retirement age, they don't care. Go out and make millions if you want. They don't care. Okay? Yes?
I believe it used to be that the government calculated your benefits in the last 5 years of earnings. And when you get the statements from Social Security, it shows a straight line. It assumes you're going to earn that much money throughout the rest of your working life.
Yes.
So if you know that you're going to step out of permanent full-time employment into part-time employment, how does that calculate? How do you get calculations for your Social Security benefits?
This question comes up a lot. His question is really about the calculations that that Social Security does based on your income levels every year. And I'm going to tell you that I'm very uncomfortable talking about this because really this calculation is not something that I know specifically. It's usually based on some sort of equation. However, people do ask all the time, what if I retire at 62, but I don't take my benefit, and then I have 3 or 4 years with zero income? Does that bring my average down? It really does not. Social Security does not, they count what's there, but they tend not to have, they don't work from an average. So it's not like an average having 5 years of lower income would bring your payment down suddenly at the end. They do use an accumulation factor. It looks at everything you've earned over a lifetime. And certainly having a year filled in versus having a zero is better. But I don't think that if you, let's say if at age 62 you were going to receive a certain amount and then you started working part-time, I don't think it would bring that amount down. But I have to say, it is a question for Social Security as to what they count and what they don't count. They have a lot of different requirements, very old plans, so many different, many caveats are in there. Yes. All right. So keep in mind one other thing. This question always comes up. Do I have to pay taxes on my Social Security? Are you living in America? Most people are going to have to pay taxes. Who's not going to have to pay taxes? If you're a single person and your adjusted gross income, this is a figure called preliminary adjusted gross income, is less than $25,000, or a married couple and the preliminary adjusted gross is under $32,000, you will not pay taxes. Now, everyone else is going to pay taxes, and it depends on what that adjusted gross figure turns out to be. So to go right down the middle, between $25,000 and $34,000 for a single person, or $32,000 and $44,000 for a married couple filing jointly, up to 50% of their Social Security benefit is subject to tax. So what does that mean? First, it means 50% is not subject to tax. The other 50% is going to be taxed depending on where you are in that dollar range and also your general tax bracket. So down at the bottom in white, we have the note that preliminary adjusted gross income, you will also hear this referred to as modified adjusted gross income. It includes wages, interest, dividends, rental income, other sources, in case it wasn't covered in those, plus tax-exempt income, or tax-exempt interest, I should say, plus 50% of the Social Security benefit itself. So they intend to tax it, folks. Okay? Yes?
Does it matter what state you live in when all this is happening?
The question is, does it matter what state you're living in when all of this happens? Yes, it does, because the state may or may not tax you. Depending on what state you live in, there are a handful of states that don't tax Social Security, but this is federal tax.
How about North Carolina?
This I don't know. I would call Social Security. Yeah. I only know 2. So I wouldn't want to guess on North Carolina. All right?
Are capital gains considered other sources?
Yes. The question is, are taxable gains, or excuse me, capital gains considered other sources? Yes. So that would be actually in with interest and dividends. Okay? And by the way, when you raised the question of capital gains, a couple of years ago, my mother says to me, I can't believe that they docked my Social Security because I sold your grandmother's house. I said, Mom, they didn't dock your Social Security. They raised the cost of your Medicare. Medicare is another thing that is based on your income. And so in a year that you have a significant capital gain, you could see the following year that you're paying more for Medicare. Okay, so these are some things to keep in mind. Now, in terms of collecting your Social Security, as with most things, Social Security would like to hear from you 60 to 90 days prior to when you want that benefit to start. That includes Medicare as well. You can call them at 800-772-1213. One thing I would just advise you, people complain all the time to me that they can't get through to Social Security. I've always had very good luck getting through to Social Security, but then I know the hours that Congress forced them to close down and the days. So if you go online and see what days they're closed and what hours they're closed, don't close at 12 o'clock, they're forced to close at lunchtime. Okay, so it would be helpful to you if you're going to call. I find that they are one of the last surviving places that really has good customer service. So give them a try. You can also go online to ssa.gov, and this is where you will get your current estimate as well at ssa.gov. And right on the cover, on the landing page, it will say get an estimate, and you can go there and do that. Now we're going to take a break in a minute, but let's do a little bit on retirement plan options. Most of us have money in employer-sponsored plans, and one of the things I like to remind you of is you may have money in a prior employer's plan. So make sure that as you're considering all your possibilities that you look back to your history and make sure that you've gathered up all of the resources that are coming to you. So there are questions that come up, and big issues and big picture issues among other things are, do we leave the money in the employer-sponsored plan, or do we roll over to an IRA? Now, an IRA is an individual retirement arrangement. Nobody calls it an arrangement. Everybody says it's an individual retirement account. What does that mean? It means it's not associated with an employer specifically, or with your employment specifically. But a lot of people do decide that they're going to roll their money over to an IRA. Now, a couple of things. When I use the term roll over, this is what it means. You're going to send money from one qualified retirement plan to another qualified retirement plan, preferably untouched by human hands. Electronic transfer of the funds from one account to another. Why do I say that in such an adamant way? Because when you do it that way, IRS says that is not a taxable event. What about if you touch it with human hands? If you get a check and you don't get it into the new account in 60 days, you have a taxable event. And most of the time when people are rolling over money, they're rolling over a lump sum, and having a taxable event on a lump sum is not a happy event. Okay? The other choice that you have is to keep your money invested in the 403B. And this is a question that a lot of people face. There are a lot of variables in both of these issues. So one of the variables is fee structure. Typically, an employer-sponsored plan would have more favorable fee structures than an IRA. Why? Because an IRA, you're going to find those at banks and financial services companies. And they are out to make money. So it's a commercial enterprise. Nothing wrong with making money, but it is a commercial enterprise, and in general, you tend to see higher fees in IRAs. But the other issue is this. For some people, they would rather have different investment choices from what is offered in their employer-sponsored plan. They have something specific in mind. For example, they like CDs. Well, you're not going to get CDs in an employer-sponsored plan. You're going to have to roll some money over to an IRA if you want to invest in CDs. So those are the issues that we consider when we think about whether or not it's appropriate to roll over or appropriate to leave money in the employer plan. Now, how should we take money out of the plan? Now, I'm going to introduce you to this word, distribution. Distribution is a word that IRS decided was really much better than withdrawal or take out or any of the other sort of similes we might use. They said, well, distribution means that the participant in the plan gets money and so do we. So distribution is a taxable event, generally speaking. And when you hear that term, that's usually what is being talked about. It's something that could be subject to tax and often is. So we just talked about a lump sum distribution. Generally, because of the tax issue, when you hear about a lump sum distribution, people are thinking rolling over because they do want to avoid taxes. But it's possible to have a smaller amount in an account somewhere, something that you had in the past, or at the bank, an IRA at the bank, and it doesn't have a high value, and you decide, well, I'm just going to take the lump sum out and go ahead and pay the taxes. So that's possible. But when it's a larger amount, typically people do look to roll over to another retirement plan. Systematic distributions. This is something that you do yourself. Rather than entering into a formal annuity contract, you decide, well, I've done my budget. I know that I need X number of dollars every quarter to live on. I'll just call up the financial services company and I'll set up to get that amount of money taken out. Where are we here? That amount of money taken out every quarter, whatever you know your needs are. That's a systematic distribution, okay? So anyone can do that. You can do that over a fixed period of years. You can do it for life as long as your money lasts, okay? We're going to talk more about that. The other thing is distribution options from annuities. Now, annuities have a lot of different meanings because we use these words sort of generically and specifically. It's like Kleenex and tissues, you know? So you can take any lump sum of money and annuitize it as a way to receive it, meaning you're going to receive a certain amount every year. And we typically receive it on a monthly basis, but there are sometimes other choices depending on the source of the annuity. In general, working from the lump sum, you're going to take that lump sum and annuitize it. You'll be guaranteed a rate of interest. And your payments will be a combination of principal and interest. You can take those distributions over 5 years, 10 years, or another specific time frame. You can also just take interest only for a period of time, or you can take lifetime income, income which has been based on your life expectancy. If you take lifetime income, now this gentleman asked me earlier about the relationship between the ages, the relative ages of an annuitant and the joint annuitant. So sometimes we use the term joint annuitant, sometimes we use the term survivor. Typically, when we are choosing to receive money in the form of an annuity, number one, if it's based on your life expectancy, this is an irrevocable decision. So you're not going to annuitize your money based on a lifetime annuity and then 5 years later say, something's come up. I need that money that you promised me over the next 100 years or whatever it is if I live, right? That's not going to happen. It's an irrevocable decision. It's designed to provide lifetime income for the annuitant and, if the annuitant so wishes, for a survivor as well. So if you're going to cover yourself, that's a slam dunk. You're covering your life only. But if you're going to cover yourself and another person, a joint annuitant, there are some considerations. The first consideration is this: what would my joint annuitant need to live on if I pass away? Can the joint annuitant live on 50%? Do they need 2/3 of what I was making, or do they need to receive basically the same amount that I was receiving? Now, based on the answer to this, you will see an adjustment to how much you as the annuitant receive. In other words, if you were going to get $1,000 a month and you decide to cover yourself and another person, well, by definition, that person is living longer than you did, right? That's your survivor. That person is going to live longer. So in order to pay for additional years of payments for that person, you will see a reduction in your $1,000. You will get less in order to leave money to a joint annuitant. And the more you leave to a joint annuitant, the more you will see a reduction in the payments that you receive while you're living. Got me on that? Yeah. Okay, great. Questions? Yes?
When this says lifetime income, is that really your lifetime when you set an annuity like that?
Remember I mentioned to you my Aunt Hilda? I also mentioned Marguerite Wilson. Both of them lived over 100. So when you have an annuity, a lifetime annuity, and you live to 102 or 105, you win. If you have an annuity and you die at 70, 72, the insurance company wins, or the annuitant wins, whoever was annuitizing for you wins, so to speak. So it's based on life expectancy. And life expectancies, as I've said, are going up over the years. But at the same time, if you have an unexpectedly long life or, really get lucky, you will get those payments until you pass away. Yes. And they will also, if your survivor, in fact, the person that you named as your survivor, if they do survive you, they would receive payments until the end of their lives based on the choices you made when you annuitize that money. Okay. So the income depends on the base amount. What was the total accumulation in the plan or in the annuity? Average life expectancies, the payment option that you choose. How rich a benefit are you leaving behind for another person? And the payment itself includes part principal, part guaranteed interest, and if it applies, dividends as well. And this is based on the idea of a fixed annuity. This is why we're saying guaranteed rate of interest. So a fixed annuity would look at your total accumulated amount and guarantee you a rate of interest over the years, and then pay you out based on that, and as well as any dividends. Now there is another type of annuity, and that is the variable annuity or variable account. These look a lot, to my eye, they look a lot like the retirement plans we have at work, because rather than have fixed income be the basis for guaranteed payments to you, instead you are able to invest in mutual funds that may give you growth. This is why they refer to it as variable, because where we see growth, we also see what? Risk. Absolutely. So this is why they're considered variable. However, they can be very important, especially if a person thinks that they might live a long life. Why? Because the person who lives a long life is likely to need a little more growth, better than a guaranteed interest rate. Guaranteed interest rates tend to be on the low side. Okay, so you may need more growth. A variable annuity or variable account with paying you income might be just the ticket. Now, this can also help with inflation, but of course there is risk. And it might mean that in a bad year in markets, you might take less money. Okay, so these are all thoughts that you can consider. Let's talk a little bit about tax treatment, then we'll take a break. So annuity payments are fully taxable in the year that you receive them. They're taxed as ordinary income. Generally speaking, on any type of retirement fund or annuity, you are offered the opportunity to tell the company or the employer that you would like taxes withheld. So you can treat that really very much like a paycheck you're getting while you're working if you decide to have withholdings taken from your payments. And as we talked about before, these payments are going to be subject to whatever state and local rules are in place as well, and how they treat income from retirement plans. We also talked a little bit about death benefits with Social Security. Any type of retirement plan that you have, any type of annuity that you have, please name beneficiaries. Please do that. We all nod and say yes, 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 we know. But the real danger is that sometimes something in life changes. We might lose someone that we named as a beneficiary before. We forget to name a new beneficiary. Make sure that you name beneficiaries. This is so important. And in terms of taxation, when we think about what happens after we pass away, I would just like to say, for those of you who are not thinking that your spouse is going to be your beneficiary on anything like an IRA or any qualified plan, 403B, any of those, if you are leaving that money to a non-spouse, you need to speak to a planner about that, because the taxation and the imperatives that IRS imposes on non-spouses are very restricted. They're complicated, too complicated to talk about here. But in that instance that perhaps you're a single person, you're not going to be leaving money to a spouse, it's something that you should ask about, because the rules are very different. And if nothing else, you would want your non-spouse beneficiaries to be aware that they have a time frame they need to act within and so on. So do check into that. Yes?
Would you recommend putting that kind of stuff into a trust or schools?
A lot of people do. I think it depends on the personal issues that come up. There's a lot of reasons why people will do that. And yet there are costs involved and a lot of considerations. I do see a lot of times people will set up a trust and never fund it. So I always say that's a sign that they were talked into something that they didn't actually feel was necessary in the bottom line. All right, just one last thing to think about when you're thinking about annuities of any kind, especially though if you decide to go into the open marketplace and buy your own annuity. One of the things that you really want to recognize is that the financial services industry has changed a lot when it comes to providing people with flexibility in these types of accounts. There was a time when you took an annuity and if you wanted to leave something to a survivor, it was 50% or it was nothing. And now there's all kinds of different features that you can add to an annuity. I'm only going to mention one here, and that is period certain guarantee. It's something that a lot of people look into. Let's say that you are going to retire and you're unlucky and you pass away 2 years after you retire. Well, if you have someone that you're protecting and you chose to leave that person 50%, 2 years after you pass away, they're going to start getting 50%. Period certain is a feature that says for 10 years, or for 15 years, or for 20 years, depending on your choice, if I pass away within that window of time, the payments remain the same as what I was receiving while I was alive. So it's a way of protecting someone for a period of years. That joint annuitant would get the same amount as you versus seeing their amount drop immediately upon your death. And again, it's a protection when a person may pass away younger rather than older. All right, let's take a break. We need one, right? And 15 minutes? Try to come back in 15 minutes. I have 9:20. So are we ready to rock? All right, so I always like to bring back a little bit of what people came up to me and spoke about during the break. One of them was for clarification on the 8% that Social Security increases your payments if you delay between your full retirement age and the age of 70. That is 8% for each year that you delay. Okay, just to be clear on that. Someone was kind enough to come up to me and tell me that in the state of North Carolina, Social Security payments are not taxed by the state, so that's good news. Yay! I will be packing up my belongings and moving. All right, so those are some things to keep in mind. There was also a comment, which I'm astutely aware of, that when we talk about annuities and annuitizing, etc., it can get a little confusing. So keep in mind it is a noun and a verb. You could take any lump sum of money, theoretically, and annuitize it with a company that does that sort of business. You could use an annuity method in taking distributions from your retirement plans with some of your options. And then, of course, you could buy an individual annuity. These are typically offered by insurance companies. And just hand over a dollar amount, hand over a couple $100,000 and tell them, pay it back to me over my lifetime. I want a paycheck. And the main reason why we discuss annuities is to bring back into the realm of retirement the idea of a fixed payment that is predictable, like a paycheck. That's the reason why we discuss it as one of the strategies or tools that you can use when you retire. So I just wanted to sort of talk a little bit more about that and hopefully bring a little clarity to the prior discussion. Now, yes?
Can you take distribution from the 401B at 59.5?
So the question is, can you take distributions from a 403B at 59.5? The answer is yes. Why are you asking that question?
Are the rules for 401Bs, 401Ks the same?
Oh, generally they are the same. They're very similar rules. Now, there are some differences between, let's say, if there is a 403B that Duke contributes to and a 403B that you contribute to, the rules might be slightly different. So one of the things we need to consider with retirement plans is that there are layers and layers of rules. There are the rules that the employer might have. There are the rules that IRS has. So the 59.5 is an IRS rule. IRS has an exception to that rule. Does that shock you? The exception to that rule is if you have retired prior to 59.5. So you have left the building, and but you are over the age of 55, you may take a distribution without a penalty. Now, of course, taxes are always present, but the issue is that additional 10% penalty, which we're going to get to. IRS did sort of reverse themselves by putting in this exception to the rule. If you have retired from a company and you want to take a distribution from that company's qualified retirement plan, you may do so at the age of 55 or older without the penalty. Yes?
My understanding was you have to retire after 55, is that true?
Correct.
You can't retire at 53 and then at 55 start taking out of your 403B.
Oh, well, you could if your employer allows you to retire at 53. Some employers have a minimum age for retirement, and it's usually 55 in my experience. Yes?
Is it still a 5-year rule that you can start with distributions at 59.5, you have to take the same amount for the next 5 years?
Now, that is a rule to avoid penalty. That rule is still in place for an IRA. So his question, forgive me, his question is, there is a rule for taking money out of a plan prior to the age of 59 and a half. It involves getting in bed with IRS for 5 years or until you reach the age of 59 and a half. Okay, so it's a complicated rule. I don't want to go into it here, but it remains the rule on IRAs. But IRS accepted that rule for an employer-sponsored plan. So if you wanted to take money out of the plan at Duke and you retire from Duke or you leave Duke, you're 55 or older, no longer employed by the employer, you can take that distribution from the plan, not subject to the 10% penalty. 10% penalty is still in place with the IRA, and that's when you would use the substantially equal periodic payments rule. The longer the name, the more complicated. You know it's the government involved, IRS is involved. All right, so a couple of other things that we do want to talk about. We just finished talking about the 10% penalty, which we'll talk about more in a little bit. But keep in mind that I'm sure you all watch sometimes when somebody wins a huge amount of money in the lottery. I saw that the Mega Millions, I guess it is or maybe it's Powerball. I saw it advertised on TV. It's $90 million, which is a nice example for a lump sum of money, right? Which is what I'm going to talk to you about. Do you think if someone tonight wins $90 million, that they will be walking out of that room where they're on stage and they're holding the big fake check? Do you think they're going to walk out of there with $90 million? And IRS, out of the goodness of their heart, is going to say, oh, we'll wait until April 15th. No. No, 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 no. When there is a big sum of money involved, IRS wants to be paid first. They are right behind the curtain on that stage. No one gets to leave the building without paying IRS first. And this is also true with retirement plans. So if by some stretch of the imagination you were thinking, I'll just take all of the money out of my retirement plans and I'll get on the next flight to Acapulco, they'll never know where I am. That's not going to happen. And the reason that it's not going to happen is that IRS long ago, that was one of their first thoughts. What if they get on a plane to Acapulco, right? So what they did was to impose a 20% withholding rule. This rule is imposed on the employers and the sponsors and the companies who hold the assets. They are the ones who are required to withhold 20% of a lump sum. So before you ever get your hot little mitts on the money, the 20% has been withheld. Okay, so this is something to keep in mind if you are intending to take a lump sum of money and not roll it over to another plan. So you will hear about this withholding rule. Your option, of course, would be to set up withholding with that sponsor or with that financial services company that has your assets. So that is one of your options. But be aware that you will hear about this withholding rule. Now you know what they're talking about. One of the reasons why people roll over their money, we talked about a couple of the reasons, obvious reasons like, oh, I'd like to invest in something else other than what I'm offered in my employer-sponsored plan. But the big reason, of course, is that we don't want to take a lump sum. If we take a lump sum, we have a huge tax obligation that is incurred right away. And secondly, we lose the ongoing benefit of continuing to defer taxes. So in general, we would really like to extend this idea of our interest and earnings compounding over time without being taxed every year. So the retiree typically would like to take the most modest distribution from their retirement plans that they can take and still live comfortably, leaving the bulk to continue to be in the plan, hopefully earning money, compounding over time, etc. So in general, it's this tax deferral that we want to preserve as long as possible into retirement. Now, if you consider what happens in a financial services account that you have, and I'm sure some of you might have these, what I would say they're retail accounts. You open up an account at Smith Barney or Merrill Lynch or Fidelity, and you say, oh, buy me a few investments, and we'll see how I do with my extra money. So it didn't go in pre-tax, and also the taxation on your earnings is not deferred until you take money out of the plan. The taxation on your earnings will be like taxation on your other earnings. Every year, you'll pay taxes on any gains that you've had. So this year after year after year versus deferral until the end, we know that it really helps people build value. So I just wanted to make a point about that deferral. This is the reason why people choose to roll over. They want to preserve that one feature. If you think about it, and maybe you don't think about this, maybe I'm the only kind of person that thinks about this, but when we were kids, there were a lot of different tax shelters. Now, I grew up too poor to even take any advantage of them, but I heard about them. But today, for most of us, the tax shelter that we have and will have is a retirement plan. So we don't get a lot of tax shelters other than that retirement plan. So let's keep that in mind as something that we want to increase that benefit, use that benefit as much as possible, because it is a great way to grow our money. Now, we talked a little bit about systematic withdrawals. Systematic withdrawal is basically you as an individual making a plan. You've looked at your budget, you know what your costs are going to be, and you're saying, you know what, I think we should first try living on $50,000 a year in distributions. And if we need it, we'll adjust for inflation as we go along. Now, what's great about that is that you're in charge. You decide how much, you decide how often. At the same time, you're probably going to be taking those distributions out of a plan where the other assets are still invested, still growing for you. And you could change those investments if you want to. So there's no aspect of this that is fixed the way an annuity would be fixed. A lifetime annuity, as we discussed, once you've entered that contract, that is a contract for life that you have to keep your end of it. But here we have a systematic withdrawal, which is basically you creating your own annuity based on what you know about yourself and your expenses and what you can project. What it gains you is a little flexibility. If you die young, there would be assets to pass on to more than just one person. So this sort of technique is something that might be attractive to a person who has several people they think of as their beneficiaries. More so than an annuity where you're typically picking one person to be your survivor. So that is another type of upside here to systematic withdrawals. Now, what are the disadvantages? Big time. This is everybody's fear, right? We don't want to outlive our money. Quite frankly, there are years when I wish somebody else had been in charge because I spent too much. Every time something came up, I said, well, I'll just do it this year. I'll just do it one time. This is human nature, and not everyone shares the same level of discipline as other people. So there is that risk of outliving the principle. And the other risk, of course, is that it might not be enough income for you, which is always a possibility over a lifetime. So those are things to think about. Now, we talked about penalties earlier. There are two penalties that I want you to understand and take notes on. So one of them is a penalty for early withdrawal. We just discussed this, the 59.5 rule for most retirement plans. That was in place from the late 70s when these plans were written into federal law. And then about 8 years ago, I would say, IRS came up with this exception for distributions from a company-sponsored plan. And that was the rule that if you had left the building, you've retired, you could take that distribution at 55. That's how you avoid the 10% penalty. If you take a distribution and IRS says you were underage, nice to be underage when you're in your 50s, except for this, because they will impose a 10% penalty in addition to the taxes. And of course, the taxes are always there. We know that. We're Americans. We know that taxes don't go away. But the penalties we want to avoid for sure. Now, the second penalty is characterized here on the screen as the too late penalty. Remember when we were talking about Social Security and I said that you could take your Social Security benefit and delay it up to the age of 70? The age of 70 is kind of a magical number with IRS and retirement plans. In fact, it's 70 and a half. For some reason, IRS likes 0.5. I don't know why that is, but they like 59.5 and 70.5. So at the age of 70, IRS feels that they want to be certain that you are taking distributions out of your retirement plan. Why would they want that? They need the money, that's right. They estimate $10 trillion in forthcoming tax revenues are sitting in retirement plans today. Okay? They want it. Tax-deferred retirement plans, that's right. That's right. So really, the rule that I'm about to explain to you is basically a rule that I think of as something that they put into place for millionaires, for people who, for whatever reasons, would be able to go through their retirement without taking regular distributions and being taxed on it. So I always use Bill Gates as my example. You know, Bill Gates has other assets. And so he could theoretically leave the money that he has in his 401k plan from Microsoft there and never take a distribution and just pass it on to his kids, and maybe they'd leave it there, right? Well, IRS has rules in place so that that never happens. And one of those rules is that at the age of 70 and a half, everyone who has a deferred retirement plan, deferred tax retirement plan, is going to have to start to take distributions, and you will take them based on an IRS table. Yeah, you don't get to take it the way you want to take it. This table will tell you what percentage of your qualified plan has to be distributed in a given year. All right? And so it is based on your age. You will see that these go from the age of 70, I believe, to the age of 112. And it's based on life expectancy. So I can give you an example that I happen to hold in my head all the time. And that example is that $500,000, let's say, if an individual had $500,000 in qualified tax-deferred plans, and they were age 76, in the year that you're 76, you divide your $500,000 nest egg by the number 22. That's the divisor. Divided by 22, you get $11,727, I think it is. All right? That's the amount that you have to take out that year. So it's not an onerous amount, because most people would need to take $11,000 to live on, at least. But it is something that you must do. If you do not do it, there is a 50% penalty, 50% of the amount that you should have taken out and failed to. And of course, IRS is still going to make you take it out. So we would never want to do that. We would never want to do that. So it's just fair warning in general. Financial services companies, everybody who's involved in the industry, nobody wants to see anyone pay 50%. You will get reminders. But the bottom line, like every other tax that you pay to the federal government, the bottom line responsibility is yours. So I want to just mention those. Now we're going to switch gears and begin a discussion of investment choices. It is my goal to explain some really kind of basic concepts of investing to you, so that when you go out into the world, you'll know what people are talking to you about and why. So we're going to first talk about investment choices, and then we're going to talk about some of the structures that you might see out there, like mutual funds, and move on to some concepts that I think everyone needs to know how to get help. Okay? So we'll start by defining 4 classes of assets that most people rub up against at some point in their lives. These are cash and cash equivalents, stocks, fixed income or bonds, and hard assets. And hard assets, I say, are tangibles, like real estate, like gold, silver, commodities. Those are hard assets. And we start with cash and cash equivalents. These are instruments that most people come into contact with through the bank. So what are they? Savings accounts and checking accounts have underlying investments. When you go to the ATM and you punch in your PIN number and the money just comes out, yeah, I know your children, your grandchildren think it's magic. But actually, that money has been invested on a very short-term basis. And these instruments that are underneath a checking account that pays a little interest, a savings account, money market funds, CDs, these all have a small amount of interest that is being paid, and they have short maturities. So maturities under 2 years, and some of them have maturities so short that they're overnight. They don't even have a name. They just call them overnight paper, 2-day paper, 3-day paper. This keeps the cash flowing in our system. This is how our money system works. It allows you to put money in on a given day, along with X number of other million people, and to earn a little interest, and also to, of course, when you go to the ATM, you have liquidity immediately. So this is not like putting your money in a stock and having to call someone to sell it for you and having to wait for a settlement period to get the money. This is immediate gratification. When you put that PIN number in there, you hear those dollars stacking up, right? You hear them? That is liquidity. So these instruments have some characteristics. Number one, what do we use them for? We typically use them to park money. sit some money over here for a moment until I go home and figure out what the bills are and write the checks out. They do pay a little income, typically not much more than the rate of inflation. But we use them to preserve our money, to park it for later. I'm going to just mention to you, in this category, the United States Treasury bill is the king. Why? Because it is considered to be the safest investment in the world. I have to put quotes around that. In 2008, when the markets went berserk, there was a rush to Treasury bills because nothing else seemed safe at the time. Treasury bills, would you like to know what they were yielding? Less than zero. They were yielding, they actually had a negative yield, but people poured money into them in the belief that they were a safe investment. So in this category of Treasury bills, we'll see that it is a huge market. It is a market which is used a lot by corporations who are parking money until they have their big season. So for example, Home Depot might park money there until they decide to stock up for all the do-it-yourselfers who show up in the springtime. They'll park their money in Treasury bills, knowing that, number one, it's safe. Number two, it's liquid. We can tap into it when needed, and it'll be there. The downside of these investments is that, again, they typically are not going to pay enough to a retiree to stay ahead of inflation. So we have to be aware of the good news as well as the bad news on these instruments. We put CDs in this category only if they are short-term CDs. Generally, a CD is not giving you liquidity. So the only reason why we have it here is because there is such a thing as a 1-month or a 3-month CD, and we would put that in the category of cash and cash equivalents. Now, fixed income. Fixed income is something that most of us probably would say it's a bond, right? But there's more than one type of fixed income, so we'll look at these categories. Like cash equivalents, they pay current income. Unlike cash equivalents, they are not necessarily short to maturity. So they typically are 2 to 30 years in maturity. And note here that principal can fluctuate. And we'll come back to that idea. In this category, Treasury notes and bonds, corporate bonds, municipal bonds. And of course, in everything that we talk about today concerning types of investments and investment choices, know that most of us will meet up with them in a mutual fund. They will be the types of investments that are inside the mutual funds that we use. So in each one of these categories, you'll see mutual funds there at the bottom. Now, let me just ask, does anyone know what a bond is? How would you characterize a bond?
Similar to a loan.
It's a loan, yes. Similar to a loan, he says, yes. And I would say to you that you may have heard, there was an old saying, I know it mostly from old movies, a man's word is his bond. You ever hear that expression? A bond is a promise, and in this category, it is a promise to pay. So when we see on the board Treasury notes and bonds, corporate bonds, municipal bonds, we characterize bonds by this question: who's going to pay me back? Because it is an investment based on a loan. Whoever is issuing the loan is borrowing money from us, us, the public. So let's just talk about borrowing and lending in general. We're going to break soon for lunch. And if I decide to sit next to you and we strike up a conversation, And after a while, I lean over and I look at you and I say, could you loan me $1,000? Tell me what would be going through your mind. Be honest, what would be going through your mind? Oh, I hear a lot of peas and carrots, peas and carrots, peas and carrots. What's going through your mind?
You deserve it.
Do I deserve it? Is that what you said?
I said you deserve it.
Oh, I deserve it. Well, thank you very much. Let me just say, unless you're completely different from what I think, number one question in your mind would be, who does she think she is? I don't even know this woman. I just met her this morning and we didn't even meet face to face. I can't believe it. What's in it for me? Right? All right, so the reason why I bring this up is because the issue with anyone investing in a bond is who is issuing the bond. In other words, who is borrowing the money? Is it Lynn H. Ball and Company working out of a basement somewhere in New York City you've never seen? I don't think so. Or is it a major corporation? Is it ExxonMobil? Is it IBM? Is it Dell? Is it Microsoft? Is it whatever company you might respect? Is it the United States of America, the great state of North Carolina? Who's issuing the bond? Who's borrowing that money from you? And do you believe they are good for it? Because the promise that they're making is, number one, to pay you interest on that money annually, and number two, on a specific date, to pay back your principal. That's the maturity date. And that really is what a bond is. Okay? So you have to consider the worthiness of the bond issuer. In the corporate bond area, I mentioned Lynn H. Ball and Company working out of a basement. There are certain bonds which are referred to as high-risk bonds. They're also called high-yield bonds. And they tend to be the bonds of either smaller companies that don't have the credit rating of an ExxonMobil, or they might be companies that are in turmoil, financial turmoil. Maybe they have gone into bankruptcy and they're looking to raise money for the turnaround. We've seen this again and again and again with many different companies. Airlines, if you think about it, American Airlines and others have done this. They are high risk and they're high yield as a result of that risk. So you as the consumer should know that the higher that rate of interest might be, it might be very attractive to you, but you also have to look at the risk side on that borrower. Now at the bottom here on the left, it says principal may fluctuate. Now I just said to you that there is an agreement that your principal will be paid back on a specific date. How then could principal fluctuate? Well, principal fluctuates if you decide not to wait to maturity. So there is a huge, vibrant marketplace out there for bonds. There's a bond market, and every day bonds are bought and sold. So let's say that you bought a bond that was yielding 5% 7 years ago, and you look up and you say, wow, similar bonds are actually paying 8.5% right now. I think I'm going to sell this bond that I have, and I'm going to get myself some of those 8.5% bonds. Well, do you think that your bond that you got at, what did I say, 5% or 7%? 5%? Yeah. You have a 5% bond. You're going to sell it, get yourself a bond that's 8.5%. How is the marketplace going to look at your 5% bond when they can get 8.5% bonds? Not too favorably. So what can happen is that if you decide to sell that bond, you will be taking less than $1,000 for it. You will be selling your bond at a discount to the $1,000 that you paid for it. On the other hand, the opposite could be the case. You could be selling your bond into a very favorable marketplace and sell it at a premium for more than $1,000 per bond. Okay, so that's why we say principal can fluctuate. In theory, if you wait until maturity, you should be getting your principal back. Excuse me. Let's talk a little bit about stock or equities. They are ownership in a business, a share of a business. Why do investors buy shares in a business? Because they're hoping to participate in the growth of that business. Some stocks also pay a dividend or income. And the stocks that pay dividends, they tend to be larger companies that can sort of rely upon their income streams, and they reward their shareholders by paying dividends to shareholders. Sometimes when a company gets to be more mature, you'll see that the growth is no longer phenomenal like the growth of Google was at one time, like going up the side of a cliff. But on the other hand, the more mature companies may have slower growth. They reward their shareholders oftentimes with dividends. It's being paid while you wait. So these are some characteristics that you may see in stocks, and people do invest in stocks both for growth only or growth and income. Now, different types of stocks and some things to be aware of with stocks. Common stock is what most of us are familiar with. Preferred stock is a bit of a different animal. Preferred stock is a stock that is, I would say it's almost like a hybrid between a stock and a bond. Preferred stock is issued in relationship to the price of the common. So you might have a share of preferred stock might be equal to 8 shares of common stock or something of that sort. Preferred stock does pay dividends, and preferred stock has a unique characteristic that common stock doesn't have. When we talked previously about bonds, one of the things that people like about bonds is it is a promise to pay, right? So let's take a scenario where a company gets into financial distress and goes into bankruptcy. Well, when that happens, all of their creditors line up at the back door of the bankruptcy court. And they say, I have a claim, I have a claim. Number one in line are vendors and people that have done business that the company owes them for. Number 2 in line, people who own bonds because the bond was a promise to pay. Number 3 in line, preferred stock owners. So some people like that idea. You might like it as a concept for one investment, but not for another, but it might be appropriate to look at. And the other thing just to recognize is that common stockholders are not on that line at all. When you're invested in common stock, you're supposed to know that your investment could go all the way south, all the way to the basement. Okay, so just some considerations. Now, you will see stocks, especially when you're buying stocks, as most of us do, in the form of mutual funds. You will see the mutual fund's name indicates the characteristics of the underlying stocks in the plan. So, are those stocks domiciled in the United States? Are those stocks domiciled outside of the United States, or a blend of both? Is it from a particular region? For example, the stocks of Southeast Asia. Is it a stock of a particular industry? Oil and gas stocks. So we will see that characterization. We always want to make sure that it's more than a characterization by reading the prospectus and making sure that what's actually inside that mutual fund is what is indicated by the name and what they're able to do and so on. Capitalization, we hear this all the time. Large cap, small cap, middle cap, yes. All right, so we hear these terms. Capitalization is very simple. For every stock, a certain number of people are holding that stock, a certain number of members of the public. How much of that stock is being held by the public times the current stock price? That's the market cap. So if you have 1 million shares outstanding and the price of the stock is $60, then the capitalization, the market cap, is $60 million. And obviously this is a moving target since the price of stocks can change every day, but that is what is meant. It's meant to indicate the magnitude of that stock in the marketplace. Now lastly, hard assets. And I think most people definitely have experience with hard assets. It's our stuff. So they have some characteristics as well. Things like real estate, property that we own, precious metals and collectibles, commodities. These are all hard assets. Interestingly enough, they tend to stay ahead of inflation. They are not very liquid, however. So we do see a relatively new type of investment involving real estate called the REIT. The REIT is an investment trust. It is a series of real estate investments. If you think about a mutual fund is a series of types of assets that the manager may buy and sell. When the manager sees an opportunity, he might sell one of the stocks in the portfolio and buy another one. With the REIT, there's a portfolio of real estate, but it is not bought and sold. It basically stays the same. And what the investor wants from the REIT is the stream of income. So if the real estate involved is hotels, then as we all check into the hotels, there's an income stream to the investors from people using the hotel. It might be a shopping center properties in the REIT. And again, the investor's interested in the income stream from those underlying real estate properties. Precious metals and collectibles. Now, precious metals is something that is basically considered kind of a doomsday strategy. When people start putting their money into gold, it's because they're frightened of everything else, usually. Now, we just saw gold go way, way up, and it sort of leveled off and started back down. But there's something about hard assets that people will cling to in bad times. They like to be able to hold what it is. You know, World War II, people sewed precious metals and diamonds into their clothing so they could take it with them. This is what it is to have a hard asset. Problems with hard assets is obviously they're not liquid. You've got this hard asset. How do you turn it into cash? You know yourself, if you're sitting on a property that represents a huge amount of your overall net worth, and you want to sell it, you've got to wait for somebody to come along who wanted what you want to make that a cash asset. Now, there's one other thing that I like to mention when we talk about hard assets, and I want you to write it down because it's not on the slide. Hard assets do have a hidden downside. The hidden downside of the hard asset is that typically they have to be maintained and insured. And those are cost factors that are going to eat into that capital appreciation that you're looking for. So keep that in mind. Anything that you have, typically you're either going to maintain it, any tangible object, you're going to maintain it and likely insure it as well. All right, so those are the categories. The next big issue, having educated yourself on the different types of assets, is to educate yourself on you. And once again, we find that we have to start by asking some questions about ourselves and about our goals. And across the top here, you'll see years to the goal. If it's 1 to 3 years that you're going to need the money. Let's say you want to set aside money for tuition for a grandchild. That grandchild is 14 or 15. So, in theory, you've got a short time to get there. And some people would say, well, when I have a short time to get there, baby, I'm going to step on the accelerator. I'm going to go wild and hard, and I'm going to hit it. Of course, when we're talking about investments, that would mean being super aggressive, and we would say quite the opposite. Because you have a short time frame in which you're likely going to need that money, we would say be conservative with that money so that it has not fallen in a downside or a downturn during a time when you need the money. We would say try to set aside more and take less risk with money that has a short-term time frame. Now, moderate is 3 to 7 years, and in this category you might use or think of your objective as to develop income or moderate growth. And then aggressive is when you have a longer time frame. So if you look along the bottom, it states some goals here that are characteristic of short, moderate, and long-term goals. And of course, in the aggressive category, we have retirement. And the reason why we have retirement there is because we're looking at more than 7 years. In actual fact, when we, as planners, talk to someone who is in their 20s, we encourage them to be aggressive because we think over the long haul to retirement, they'll do better. But you're no longer in that long haul, are you? No. You need to be moderate and perhaps more conservative, keeping in mind that almost every retiree will need growth. I want you to also think about this particular chart in another way, and that is, yeah, we might all be in this room because we're planning for retirement. Does that mean you're never going to buy another car? You're never going to have another short-term goal? You're never going to have another vacation that you save up for? Of course not. So within the longer goal, you might have other shorter goals. So just try to keep your mind fixed about what your goals are and how you're planning to meet them. But as an investor, you have to decide what is my risk-return profile for each type of goal that you might set. So you might very well have a different profile for a vacation than you have for your overall retirement or college funding or something that's longer term. We wanted to put on the board some examples of investment mixes as moderate to aggressive or lower risk. And what you'll see in this is what percentage of the portfolio is exposed to stocks is really what we would say is the consideration as to how aggressive that portfolio is. Within the category of stocks, we might look further. We might say, well, are these really aggressive stocks? Is it all small companies? Is it all emerging companies in other parts of the world? That would make it even more aggressive. Or is it, large blue chip companies, which would make it a little less aggressive? Once again, I want to just say to you that these are examples, these are things that you will see, but this mix of assets is so important to understand that all of the studies that we have show that asset allocation is the #1 determinant of returns. It is a risk-return profile that you're trying to create. It's going to give you enough return for your needs without taking more risk than you can tolerate. That's the idea behind asset allocation. People say to me, what's the difference between asset allocation and diversification? You could say that asset allocation is a kind of diversification, but here's how I think of it. So we've talked about the different categories of investment. And you can see here that we've divided them up as a pie chart. So when I look at this pie chart and I see the 3 different colors, let's take the medium risk. I see the maroon, the yellow, and the blue. And I would say, well, my assets are allocated into different categories. But within the blue, I am diversified. I have many different stocks. Okay, so within a category, you're diversified. Among the categories, you have an asset allocation. All right? So I just wanted to be clear on that so that when you talk to people, you're clear on what they mean. Now, we're going to talk a little bit more about mutual funds just so that everybody's on the same page with them. Diversification is one of the reasons that mutual funds were invented. Rather than have people trying to diversify themselves, buying individual shares, which can be very difficult. Because if you like a company and it's selling at $100 a share, and you've got $10,000 to get started investing, well, it's not going to take you very far. How do you diversify yourself if you've saved up $10,000? It can be very difficult if you're trying to do that with individual securities. But lo and behold, when they created mutual funds, what they did was to create a pool of investments. Let's take an example, an S&P 500 mutual fund. What's in that fund? Stocks, yes, and specifically the stocks that are in the index, the S&P 500. And we can go and buy $50. We can put $50 in a mutual fund and actually buy fractional shares, and we're just as diversified as the person who could put $50,000 in. And this is a great protection to the investor. So this is the main benefit behind mutual funds. But it comes with other benefits as well. In so doing that, mutual funds tend to have much lower transaction costs than you putting together your own portfolio of individual securities. Also, there's somebody who knows what they're doing managing it, hopefully, right? And lastly, there's a lot of flexibility with mutual funds. I think in the United States, there's over 20,000 mutual funds sold in the United States. There's something for everyone. Every type of subcategory that you might want to be in, you want to be in the stocks of Indiana, you can get it. Okay, so a lot of variation and a lot of flexibility, low cost. Let's talk about those costs. You'll hear some terms. Commissions on mutual funds are generally referred to as loads. Nice word, right? Yeah. But it does mean the same thing. It is a commission. Front-loaded fund. Let's take an example. You have $10,000 to invest, and there is a 5% front-end load. When you get your first statement, you will see $9,500 was invested. What happened to the $500? It was paid to the salesperson who called you. That salesperson might have called themselves an account executive, a stockbroker, a financial consultant, a vice president, a senior vice president. It's very unlikely they said, "Hi, I'm a salesperson." Very unlikely. But so the money on a front-end load goes to the person who brought you this product first, and then your money is invested after that's paid. A back-end loaded fund works like this. You take your $10,000, and when you get your first statement, $10,000 was invested. However, if you need to take money out of that fund in year 1, you'll pay 5%. In year 2, 4%. In year 3, 3%, so on down to 0. This is also referred to sometimes as a descending surrender charge. So only when you are redeeming, taking money out, are you hit with the commissions. Right now, we're only talking about commissions, okay? There are other types of reductions like management fees. We talked about professional management. Typically, it's a company that has mutual funds and they have expenses. The lights have to be kept on and the machinery has to go on, and these are management fees. And every fund has management fees. They can't do anything without running their business. 12B1 fees. Now, 12B1 fees are associated with what are called no-load funds especially. Have you heard the term no-load funds? Well, a no-load fund is that. I mean, there is no commission charged to you, either up front or in the back. But a no-load fund will have 12B1 fees, because how are they going to reach you if they don't have a salesperson calling you or reaching you? Well, they do it through advertising. You'll see mutual fund advertising on the back of Business Week. You'll see it in banners across websites that you visit. They are advertising to get your business. And these are typically what's involved with 12B1 fees. Okay? And 12B1 fees are not usually seen in employer-sponsored plans. Questions on mutual funds? Yeah, we're all pretty aware of how they work and what they are. Yes?
Actually, question about the earlier about fixed assets. There are these reverse mortgages.
Yes.
Are these usually reasonable or unreasonable?
Well, you see, you asked the question in a very difficult way by asking me, is it reasonable or unreasonable? Well, the answer to that is it depends on who you are and what you need. But let me just say that I have always thought of reverse mortgages as a strategy that is of the last resort. Obviously, we all have to live somewhere, and typically this is going to use up all of the equity that the individual has in their home if they live long enough. It is also a contract. So I would say a couple of things to you about this. On the one hand, there are some immediate caveats that come to mind. The terms and conditions of the contract that the individual is signing, you really have to, I would say, seek legal help, someone who's reviewing it on your behalf. Typically, reverse mortgages are done when a person becomes very elderly and inflation is cleaning their clock. Now, having said what I said about being very cautious, seek help. I often see that children will help their parents with a reverse mortgage. That's a good idea, have another set of eyes look at it, because typically people are doing this in their 80s or 90s, and they should have assistance. Not that we shouldn't all have legal assistance. That said, I have seen a reverse mortgage work so well for individuals that, you know, it's like every other possible strategy that you might take. It might be the ideal circumstance for one person and it wouldn't even be considered by another person. I do think that you could use up the equity and still be living. You could, typically they don't put you out of your home. Your home will not be in your will, because usually it's going to be surrendered at the end of the reverse mortgage period. At the same time, as I mentioned, I happen to have seen it work very well for a man who, he and his wife were in their 80s. He never had a job that had a retirement plan. If you want to know if those of us in this room are privileged, there are a lot of people who worked a lifetime with no retirement plan. And this man worked until he was 87. But he did not have the type of job that provided that. All they had was Social Security, and inflation was really eating them alive. On the other hand, they had this little 3-bedroom house that they bought at the end of World War II. They bought it in a place where nobody wanted to live. because it was on the edge of a swamp, and the next town over had pig slaughterhouses, and they used to dump the garbage from the slaughterhouses into the swamp. Well, today that swamp is known as the Great North Bergen Meadowlands, and you'll see snowy egrets when you're driving down the New Jersey Turnpike. And that house happens to be 5 minutes from the Lincoln Tunnel, with New York City on the other side. So they were sitting on an asset that was very, very valuable in the marketplace. And they were able to make a very good deal for themselves that included, the wife passed away first, and he was able to actually get some money back, move, and things worked out tremendously, as well as we could imagine it. So it's all about the circumstances, and I cannot stress this to you enough. Each and every one of you, I know that if I sat down with you, there's no way I would say, well, this group over here, you guys do this, and this group here, I want you guys to do this. It is something that each person needs to customize for themselves. Think about possible options. I'm still working every day like you are, but you know what? Aren't we thinking about retirement every day? What's it going to be? What's it going to be? And so this is the way that we do have to think. Let's talk a little bit about working with financial advisors. I think that you can see and understand complexity when it comes to retiring. And people tell me all the time, I'm just going to go on working because it's easier. But at some point, we're going to have to make some decisions, right? And financial advisors can be very, very helpful at helping us sort of separate out issues, see what types of strategies would solve one issue versus another. What are the upsides and downsides of every strategy that you're considering? So one of the first things that always comes up whenever people ask me about advisors is, well, what do they charge? How are they paid? You have to ask them, because there's so many different ways that they are paid. And when you ask, you're going to say something along the lines of, say, Joe, you know, we've talked about so many things, but we haven't really talked about how you get paid. How does it work, Joe? Then you're going to zip your lips and stop talking and let them explain to you how they get paid. They may get paid more than one way. There may be fees and commissions. Or they may get paid strictly by commission, which is typically paid to them upon the transaction. If you've ever felt like you were being pushed to sign now, and it's 3 p.m. on the last Friday of the month, that might be a motivator for the person that you're talking to. So keep in mind, and you know, I make fun of this, but I don't really have a problem with paying an advisor for their services, as long as you feel that you've received value for it, and as long as it was disclosed to you how they get paid, and you understand that and you're good with it. So do ask this question and listen carefully. Chances are you're going to hear a few things. You're going to hear some percentages. You may hear that it varies depending on what type of instrument you're interested in using. So are you using mutual funds? Are you buying individual bonds? Are you buying zero coupon bonds for your grandchildren's education? What are you using? And the fees for these and the commissions for these are all structured differently. So do ask the question and get your answers. Keep in mind that when you look at this list, for example, financial planners are under each and every category. So some financial planners do get paid a commission based on the transaction that you decide to do, and some simply plan and charge you a flat fee for it. All right, so, and keep in mind something else, and this is something that is It's a difficult concept, and people in the financial world don't like to talk about it. But we all are going to brush up against financial professionals. We do it now, and you will continue to do it when you retire. There is a built-in conflict of interest. If a person is talking to you and they're with Merrill Lynch, they are not going to recommend a Smith Barney mutual fund to you. It's not going to happen. There is an inbuilt conflict of interest. You have to know that and at the same time kind of see beyond it. You know, you walk into a bakery store, you know you're going to come out with something, right? Kind of the same situation. So just keep that in mind. Be aware of it. Don't let it, you know, restrict you to the point of not getting anything done. But be aware of it. It's a caveat, something to take into consideration. You are looking for a person of integrity. And I define a person of integrity as someone who is capable of putting your goals ahead of their own, all right, as you discuss your needs for financial services. Some things, other than integrity to consider, you can find out how long they've been in business, what are their credentials, references. Now the first two, how long have they been in business and credentials? Usually they're going to tell you that up front. Those two things will be revealed up front and immediately. References, not so much. References are going to come right when you are thinking about signing, and you're going to be the person that raises it. You're going to ask for references, and you're going to call those references. And what are they going to say to you? Everything's wonderful, right? Everything's wonderful. So one of the things to be cautious of with calling a reference is, what kind of question are you asking? You want to ask a question that forces them to tell you a story. How did it work? How did it work when they first set you up? Did they ever make an error? How did they fix it? This tells you a lot about a company when you have a mistake. That's something that has to be fixed. So you're going to try and get that person to describe to you what it was like to start doing business with this company or this individual. Because in the description you will get your answers. And what you don't want to do is ask a question that gets you, oh gosh, Joe is great, he's a wonderful guy. We were just golfing the other day, he's fabulous, you'll love him. Great sense of humor. So what you want to do is ask those questions that get into the descriptive nature of the process, how they do their business. And that's going to give you more to work with. You have something to think about when you hang up the phone. And it is important to call references because something that someone else might think was fine might not be good with you. So that's another reason why we want them to describe to us what happened and how it happened. Now, in today's world of finance, there is a real need to specialize because finance is such a broad term. What do you mean? Do you mean banking? Do you mean insurance? Do you mean annuities? Do you mean retirement? What do you mean by finance? So typically you will find a lot of specialization or a focus. This is a necessity because no one can know everything about everything. Lord knows I've tried, but it can't be done. So expect that. Expect that perhaps if you're talking to someone who's been helping you build up an income stream for retirement and then you bring up the issue of growth, that person might say to you, let me call in my colleague. And that's not a bad thing. It's like speaking to a GP, doctor, and you're complaining about your back, and he's going to call in an orthopedist, right? Yeah, and you'd be good with that. So keep those things in mind. Now, How they're compensated, we discussed that already. And there are different places that you can call as a resource. Now, in terms of finding an advisor, this is the one place that I would say to you, definitely start with friends, start with people that you know who retired a couple of years ago, who can give you the real lowdown, not only on their process, but also on people that they worked with. I think that using the same metaphor of a physician, it is a good metaphor that what you're looking for is a physician for your money, a doctor for your money, someone who's going to listen to your symptoms and come up with the best course of treatment for you over time, right? To get you to a nice old age. So start with what you know. If that doesn't work, to get you at least 3 to 5 interviews with people, then I would say to you there are organizations that you can call as well, and they will give you 3 names in your region, and you can go ahead and interview those people. So Financial Planners Association, the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, that's AICPA. You will find that a lot of financial planners are also CPAs, or they started out as CPAs. And the Certified Financial Planner Board of Standards. So these items of information are here. There's also in the appendix of your book, there are some resources that you can look up online. I would say to you that whenever I'm dealing with a financial professional and they give me their card and it's followed by some sort of a professional designation, I go right home and I Google the designation. By doing that, it tells me what the standards are for a person to achieve that designation. What level of education, what level of continuing education each year, and so on that is required for that. Even, I think it even tells you how long their licensing test lasts. So it gives you a lot of information if you'll do that.
Do these resources give you how they are paid?
No. So his question is, do these resources tell you how the individuals are paid? I would say no. You still have to ask that individual advisor how they are paid. Other questions on this? I can say to you that, in my opinion, finding the right advisor is probably one of the harder things you have to do as a retiree, because it's so important, number one, and because you have to be careful. It's all the money you have for the rest of your life. So, and you've got to find the right person. It's almost like finding a spouse. Yes?
What if you have someone that you trust that's with your financial planner for a long time, but then he changes to a new company, different altogether? What should you look for, or do you have any advice on that?
All right, her question is, what if you have a trusted advisor and they change companies and go to another company? Should you reevaluate? What should you look for? First of all, I would always say whenever there's a change, no matter what it is, reevaluate. However, in that circumstance, I would think if you feel that this individual is the right person for you, it is easier to find the right company than it is to find the right individual. And assuming that that company offers you similar types of opportunities for investing. So if it was a company that specialized in some little small niche and that's not you, for example, there are some investment companies that focus entirely on startup technology. Well, that's not the greatest choice for someone who's looking to retire and preserve their assets. But if that's not the case and all things are a little bit equal as far as the company goes, you might consider staying with that person, or you might consider only giving that person part of your assets. This type of thing happens all the time, by the way. So an individual is at one company, they develop a book of business, and they now can take that book of business to another company and get higher pay. And they do. And why shouldn't they? Or maybe they're unhappy with the type of financial services offered by the old company. So this does happen all the time. It's one of the other changes you can add to the list of changes you're going to experience as a retiree, for sure. Now, I just want to end on a couple of things about estate planning. Please don't get caught up in the myths about estate planning. It's not only if you're old or only if you're rich. Virtually everyone in this room, as I look around, because I don't see anybody that looks like they're under 18, and I don't see anybody that looks like they don't own anything. If you own something, and if you own 5 things and they're worth more than $100 each, I would say you probably need to have a will or something to say what's going to happen to your stuff. A couple of things to know. It may not be enough to put everything in joint name. It might work, but usually you still need a will. Not everything that you have do you want to go to your spouse. If you do, you're just shirking your responsibility and throwing it on the spouse. And the spouse may not survive you. That's another thing to consider. So you need to have an alternate plan in the case that, oftentimes I see people and they just assume that the husband will be the first to pass away. But why should we assume that? That's not always the case. In fact, it's often not the case. So we have to be prepared for whatever comes our way. There is a myth out there that insurance isn't part of your estate. Insurance is designated by the name of the beneficiary, and it is paid directly to the beneficiary. It is not paid through the will. So you would not want to have an insurance plan with no beneficiary designated. This includes insurance that you have while you're actively employed. You would not want to have that and then say, well, I'll just put it in my will. No, it's an insurance plan. It needs a beneficiary to be named, and you should make sure that you do that. Insurance is included in your estate for federal tax purposes. Even though it does not go through a will, it is included in your estate for federal tax purposes. We're going to see that for most of you that still will not matter. Estate planning is most important because it's taking care of loved ones. And it's doing so in an orderly way. Just the other day I heard another one in my whole list that I've accumulated of family feuds breaking out when someone passes away. This happens usually because of the distribution of property that someone is unhappy with. We, in addition, would like, if possible, to be knowledgeable about any taxation that could be expected on our estate and probate costs and take care of those things or minimize those things through the plan that we put in place. You may want to leave medical instructions if you should become ill. Do you want to be resuscitated? Do you want certain types of medical procedures to be done or not? So indicating the answers to those questions is part of a will these days. That's the living will, and it's usually included these days. You might also be naming someone to take care of your financial affairs if you become incapacitated. All right? Or someone to be a proxy for you if you're sick and can't speak for yourself, someone to consult with the doctors. So all of those things are part of an estate plan today. We have wills, trust, durable power of attorney. That's the person that's going to take care of your financial world if anything happens to you and you become incapacitated. The living will is your indication of what medical procedures you would or would not want to take place if you are ill and can't speak for yourself. And the healthcare proxy, the individual who would consult with the doctors if you're incapacitated. Wills and trusts. The will, typically, will name the executor, the beneficiaries, and it may identify the property, or the property might reside in a trust. Now, trusts are set up usually for a specific purpose or for specific beneficiaries. And whether or not you have one would be an indicator of having a special need and something that you should speak to an estate planner about. I mentioned to you that a lot of us will not be concerned about federal taxation on our estate. Do you remember a guy called Bill Clinton? How could we forget? He's in the news every day, right? Bill Clinton looked at estate tax exemptions. This is the amount of estate that can be passed to an heir without taxation. For many, many years, it had been $625,000 a person, and Bill Clinton said, we should move it up to $1 million. Well, then George Bush came into office, and George Bush said, in keeping with what President Clinton said, I think we should continue to raise this exempted amount, because George Bush liked the idea of, having higher amounts that could be transferred to heirs without taxation. So over the next 9 years, it was moved up to, I think it was $3.5 million per person. And the idea was that the law was going to expire in 2010 and Congress would have to act. Well, the law expired in 2010. Anybody remember Congress acting? They did not. So currently, they have been just sort of edging up the exemption level to today, where it is $5.25 million per person, $10.5 million for a married couple. So this is why I said that most of us will not be too concerned with federal taxation, but still you should look at federal and, of course, local taxation when you prepare your estate plan. Now, that's really all that I wanted to cover financially. I will say to you that on estate, everybody has non-financial reasons to have an estate plan, and that is to make sure that the people that you love get your property in the way that you want it distributed. So that's something that never goes away. Even if tax rules and tax laws change, those needs never go away. Now, I'm going to leave up here for just a second this retirement checklist. These are the things that we talked about and the things I'd like you to think about over the next days and weeks. Lifestyle, big considerations there in lifestyle. Remember to think about your young retirement and your old retirement. You'll be both, hopefully. And figure out what your needs are going to be, your monetary needs, figure out where that money's going to come from. Consider what and who you have to protect and whether or not insurance is the way to go or accumulated assets might be the way to go. Think about your legacy, your estate plan. An estate plan is something that you need to review once every 5 years if nothing changes. If something changes, marriage, divorce, birth, death, move to another state. Those changes mean reevaluating the estate plan. Okay, so keep all of these things in mind, and with a little luck, I'll see you next year. What questions can I answer? Well, that's even better. I guess we're ready for phase 2. Okay. Sorry. Now this is what I understand. I understand that this is working.
Okay, but that's
Yes, but this, you need this. which is on the left. I think you can sit on the left. By the way, hello.
Hi, good to see you. We're on mic, right?
Yes. There's a video, and then there's the room. So I had this for the room, but I think this is working. You told me, but it doesn't feel like it's working.
Okay.
And you have to put that on. So that clips on. You want to try this one on the other side?
Oh, for the room?
For the room, yeah. That's what they told me. Does he need this for the room or this?
Either one. Either one. I can turn that one on.
Good to see you both. So,
actually, you want this. You put that on your tie. And this one, your lapel. Okay. Okay.
all right, okay. Thank you for that little transitional moment. But, and thank you to Lynn. She brings a wealth of knowledge, and she's very calming about these topics, which is always nice because it's kind of something to be, it's life altering, right? It's a big thing financially, emotionally, all those good things. So she brings a nice calmness to it. My name's Bill Phillips. I'm the manager of benefits for Duke University and Health System. I've been with the organization for about 12 years, and I'm going to talk with you for the remaining period of this program about what's specific to Duke benefits. So we'll get you through this relatively quickly. I know I'm standing between you and lunch, so I'm sensitive to that. Oh, Lynn forgot her disclaimer. Well, okay, there's your 5-minute disclaimer there. So we'll talk specifically, and one thing about Lynn's comment on estate planning, I'm going to put in a little plug. If you have the supplemental life insurance plan with Duke through Metropolitan Life, kind of neat perk of that is you can get a free will prepared for you, your spouse or partner, a power of attorney, and a living will, and a healthcare proxy. So no small benefit. So if you're enrolled in the supplemental term life policy right now that you're paying for out of your paycheck, which is a term life policy, one of the perks of that is you can get a free will prepared. So that might be worth looking at doing. Generally in the market, that can range per person depending on how much leather and marble is in an attorney's office. It could range from about $500 to $700 per person. So it's a good value for you. Yes, it's on the web. Everything's on the web. So if you look at the website for Duke Benefits, hr.duke.edu, and the little benefits tab, if you look under financial resources or benefits, it's going to have a life insurance tab that'll tell you about that. So you'll just look at that. It gives you a network of attorneys. For most of us, going to somebody within the network's fine. These sorts of arrangements are pretty clear-cut. And so you'd just be routed to a network person within your area, and then they would prepare that information for you for free. So good little perk of your benefits. So today we're going to talk about a couple of things: life insurance, educational benefits, retiree health and dental, which is of the forefront in many people's minds, and then also give you a general overview of the retirement plan offerings we have here at Duke. Starting off with life insurance, we have a $10,000 basic life insurance policy that's paid for by the company. If you want to continue that after you retire, you can convert into a whole life policy, which is basically looking at you as an individual basis and insuring you based on your current age at the time of retirement. And generally speaking about life insurance, this is something that I'm sure Len mentioned, is you want to look at. I talk to a lot of people, hundreds of people a year that retire from Duke, and a lot of people have gone into an autopilot situation. They got life insurance when they had a young family, kids in college, things like that. So one of the points for you to consider is, do you need the amount of coverage that you have right now, or frankly, do you need life insurance at all as you get nearing the retirement age? A lot of us have done this when we had a real financial need for that, and those things in our lives have changed and we don't necessarily need that anymore. So that's one thing for you to examine in your financial planning process. Mm-hmm.
After the open enrollment period, we could increase your insurance for the supplemental life. After that, I think Metropolitan first beginning of the year sent a letter saying if you have too much life insurance, you can convert to long-term care insurance. Is that an option that happens anytime, or is it just during open enrollment that you can make those changes?
So the question is we did offer a special enrollment for our long-term, our life insurance with Metropolitan Life, and those were basically relaxed underwriting and simplified underwriting, and we were also having a premium reduction. That did not include an offer to convert to, did you say long-term care insurance? Is that what you?
Yeah, I guess it's long-term disability.
Okay.
It was whatever they offered, because
Okay.
there was not.
So we have two things that happened in the fall. One, we did a special enrollment for term life insurance through Metropolitan Life, and the second thing that we did around the same time period was talk about a reduction in our voluntary disability insurance rates. So there are two different benefit plans. So we threw a lot at you in the fall with a benefits perspective. So good question. So supplemental life is, again, this is a term life policy that you might be paying. If you've got this, you're paying for it out of your paycheck every month. And if you've had this policy for at least 2 years at the time of your retirement, you can continue that as a retiree. The rates as a retiree are going to increase for you. It's in the neighborhood of about a 60% rate increase from what you're paying right now to what you'd be looking at as a retiree. So again, this is a point where you want to look at your family situation and make sure, is this something that you need, the amount of coverage that you have right now, or do you want to ratchet that down or even discontinue that at retirement? So this should be part of your financial planning process. It's a term life insurance policy. Basically, it means once you stop paying the premium, the policy cancels. And the reason that we have that is the rates are more competitive if you've got that sort of policy versus the second type of policy we have, which is a universal life policy, which is commonly referred to as a whole life policy. And that's a type of life insurance product that builds up cash value over time. So when you stop paying the premium on that, has an accumulated benefit that would be available to you to cash out the benefit, and there might be tax consequences associated with that. We do offer that. We offer that through two companies, the Holroyd Agency and NC Mutual. So if you have those accounts, you'd want to contact the vendor that you have that with and find out about the possibility of carrying that forward into retirement, or whether you want to take out the potential cash accumulation you have in those accounts. Post-retirement certificate, you don't have to raise your hand if you have this, but you're part of an elite club. So we have this benefit from the 1970s that is paid fully by Duke. It's $2,500 life insurance type policy that's paid to your spouse or to your estate, and it's automatic. And to qualify for this, you must have been hired at Duke prior to December 1st of 1974. You're participating in our regular basic life insurance plan, and you're retiring at 65 or older. So when you achieve this goal, I think you're going to get something, I believe, on parchment paper that you can put in your office or your living room. It's probably signed by Tolman Trask, and I believe, don't quote me on this, but I think Dr. Broadhead does too, President Broadhead. So anyway, it's a nice memento when you're out on your front porch having coffee in the morning or an adult beverage at night. You can show people, your friends, that look, do you have one of these? I've got one. So educational benefits here at Duke, children's tuition grant benefits. So if you qualify for that now, mostly it's people in this space that are Duke University or Medical Center employees. If you qualify for this benefit at the time of retirement and you've met the rule of 75, and the rule of 75 is this mysterious thing, but basically it's your age plus your most recent continuous service date. Those two numbers added together, if they're 75 or greater, you meet the rule of 75. So if you qualify for the children's tuition grant benefit and you meet the rule of 75, you can retire from Duke and still maintain that benefit into retirement. Or I think this might be sort of the hazard pay component of this let's say you don't meet the rule of 75, but you're 65 or older and you're qualified for the children's tuition grant benefit, we just give it to you. You know, at that point, you need all the help you can get. Speaking as an older parent, so as an older parent, I love the financial security I can provide a child, but the energy level is low for me. So anyway, great thing to know about if you have children that are looking at an undergraduate education. So this is one of the big topics that we have, retiree health and dental insurance. So here are the rules associated with this. So you must be actively employed at Duke and participate in the health or dental plan at the time of retirement at the time of retirement. So basically, you've got to be enrolled in the plan to continue it into retirement. So if you are planning on retiring next year, as an example, you might consider enrolling in health insurance or a dental insurance plan if you don't have that right now. You could make that change during our annual open enrollment period so you'd be ready for retirement in the upcoming year. Dependents must be enrolled at the time of retirement. So again, let's say you have single coverage right now and you're retiring and you want to have your spouse or partner on the plan before you retire. You'd want to enroll that spouse or partner or child prior to your retirement, and you do that the open enrollment before you're going to retire. So there is a bit of forethought you want to have in terms of when you're planning on retiring related to the retiree health and dental insurance space. And you've got to meet the eligibility requirements for your operating unit. So your operating unit is what we're referring to as really two operating units here at Duke. One is Duke University and Medical Center. That includes the PDC, Private Diagnostic Clinic, if we've got any of those folks in the audience. And then the second entity for us is really Duke University Health System. So it's going to be our clinical operations, Duke Hospital, Duke Regional, and Duke Raleigh. If you're with the PRMO, you're in that space, you're supporting clinical functions directly, either through patient care or through billing and everything else that makes the wheels on the bus go. That's going to be part of our clinical operations, which is Duke University Health System. So if you have questions, I don't have my badge on because I'm wired with all these mics, but you can look at your badge and it'll tell you where you are. Good question?
The slide before where you have to be enrolled in health insurance at the time of retirement, does it have to be the specific plan you would stay with? Because some plans are Duke-centric, and if you were going to move to a different state, you might want to be in a plan that would allow that.
Good question. So you are not locked into that plan forever. You can make changes going forward. We do have people that have our most popular health plan, which is Duke Select, that is predominantly focused in the Triangle and heavily focused here in Durham in particular. If you retire, someone were to retire next year and they moved to California, that would be a qualifying life event where they'd be able to change to a plan that would work for them in California. So you're not locked into the plan that you select at the time of retirement.
In order to keep dental insurance after retirement, do you have to also have health insurance?
No, so great question. So do you have to have health and dental together? No, you can pick and choose what you want. So it's a matter of what works for you and your family.
Are the premiums for dental insurance for retirees different from non-retirees?
They are, and I'll speak to that in a second. There is a difference between what you're paying now as an active employee and what you'd pay as a retiree.
Is the vision plan going to continue to retire as well?
The vision plan is offered to people under COBRA for 18 months after retirement. So that would be the option available to you. You guys are feisty. You're ready for lunch, aren't you? So let me trudge on through some of this. So when we talk about retiree health and dental insurance, we want to think about it in kind of two steps. One is, am I eligible? And kind of get over that hurdle and check the box there. And then the second step we want to take is, how much is this really going to cost me? So let's get over that eligibility question first. If you're a university and medical center employee, you meet this rule of 75 that we talked about again. Once you've met that, you're able to continue your retiree health and dental insurance. There's a little footnote here 8-point type that an attorney put here. So if you transferred from the health system to the university or medical center after July 1st, 2002, we want you to look at the retirement planning guide. There's some provisions there, and we can talk to you privately about that if that's going to impact your particular situation. Let's move on. So if you're not a university or health system or medical center employee, where do you fall? You're going to be in the Duke University Health System space. And basically, employees hired prior to July 1st of 2002, if you met the rule of 75, you're going to qualify to have eligibility to continue the coverage. If you're an employee hired on or after July 1st, 2002, in order to qualify for coverage, you've got to have 15 years of service with us after the age of 45. So effectively age 60 if you started on or before age 45 with us. So that's the one hurdle, am I eligible? So you'll look at that and determine if you're eligible. And I know this might feel overwhelming for you. Ultimately, you can call or write the benefits office and we can look at your particular record and tell you which category you fall into and actually quote you premium amounts and things like that. So I just want to get your kind of noggin around how this works. So we've answered or addressed part of the eligibility question. Now we move on to step 2, which is how much is this going to cost? What are my premium contributions going to be? So health insurance is going to vary based upon the date you became eligible for this retiree health plan. And the subsidy for this, which is what Duke as an employer would pitch in towards your premium, ranges anywhere from unsubsidized all the way up to 80% of a subsidy. And so most of our folks actually fall into a subsidy of anywhere from 60, 70, or 80%. And that 60, 70, or 80% is based on an individual premium. And then for your dependents that you're covering, which is going to be any covered family member you have now, so that's going to include a spouse too, it's going to be 50% of the cost of that. And to give you a sense of where we are now, right now as an active faculty and staff member, we're paying 50% for dependents, so covered family members. And for you as an individual employee at Duke, we're paying about 80 to 82% of the premium. So depending on where you fall in terms of the subsidy, it's going to be a little bit more money or it could be a little bit more money. But we can go over real specific numbers with you based on where you fall in terms of premium contributions and go through some real live examples for you. Oh, really? I'll give you my cell phone after the break. Okay. But the general number is 684-5600. There's a couple of people. I'm one of them. I'm the only Bill there. And then there's Deborah Day and Sonia Stewart. But ultimately, hopefully, we'd get you to the right space. But so there's a couple folks on the benefits team that will be happy to help you.
Say that phone number again.
So the general number for HR is 684-5600. So they're kind of our triage folks. And if you want, you could actually email the benefits mailbox too, which is benefits@duke.edu. Just give us your name and your Duke Unique ID, and we can respond back in writing on that too. And the response time on that is 24 hours. So here's my little premium thing. So let's say you're in this space and you go, Bill, that doesn't apply to me at all. I started here at 60 and I love my job, but I'm going to retire at 67 and I'm not going to qualify for anything you just mentioned, right? You're going to be offered COBRA, and you're going to be offered COBRA for 18 months. And basically that's the full premium plus a 2% administrative charge. In my little scenario I gave you where you're over 65, there are other options that we can talk to you about and direct you to resources with. Once you get in a Medicare space, which means you're 65 or older, there's a lot of options for people in the open Medicare market that you would want to consider versus doing COBRA with us. If you're under 65 and you're gonna retire and you don't meet the retiree eligibility requirements, you might want to look at COBRA. And we have some other alternatives for you now with the Affordable Care Act, so people could look at going out into the exchange too. And we can have that sort of dialogue with you in the benefits department too. We do a lot of sort of consulting appointments, and we can go through things for you to consider specific to your situation. So please feel free to contact us, and we'd love to talk to you one-on-one. So health insurance for retirees. If anybody that you're covering under the plan and you're eligible for retiree health insurance is 65 or older, then you're in the Medicare space. And basically, you're required to enroll, that 65 or older person is required to enroll in Medicare Part A, which is automatic, or Medicare Part B, which has a premium associated with it. So you'd want to be in A and B. And then our plan, called Duke Plus, acts like a secondary or a supplemental plan to Medicare. So if no one under your contract is 65, then you've got the same options that you have with the 4 health plans that we offer to active employees: Duke Select, Duke Basic, Blue Care, and Duke Options. Duke Select being our most heavily populated plan. We get questions a lot about people who have a Medicare person and a non-Medicare person on the same contract. So if you have somebody who's not eligible for Medicare on your contract, there's a nationwide network under Duke Plus that includes Duke doctors, because we love Duke. And so we can walk through the logistics of that, but they're not thrown out in the cold with that. We're providing coverage, so we can talk through the logistics of that. So there are details on the Duke Plus plan on the website. Just well, you bring up a great point, which is for Duke Plus, our Medicare supplement, it is designed like Duke Select, our most popular health plan. Co-payments are the same as Duke Select. Pharmacy coverage is included, and it's the same sort of co-payment deductible structure. So the nice thing about Duke Plus, for those of you that would be moving from Duke Select, is Duke Plus allows you to see anybody, if you're on Medicare, anybody that accepts traditional Medicare is going to be considered in-network for you. So you could be in Texas, California, wherever, you go to someone that accepts traditional Medicare, and they're going to be considered in-network with the Duke Plus plan. What you hear a lot about in the media is you might hear about Medicare plans not being accepted by certain providers. Generally, those comments are not related to a traditional Medicare supplemental plan. It's something that's more of a Med-Gap plan or something that's got a network connected with it. And those can be somewhat limiting, and their premiums can be just dynamite, because you're looking at, by paying a reduced premium in the open market for those sorts of plans, there's a give and take. And part of the give and take, generally speaking, is those lower cost plans will have a finite network of providers. So our current retiree health plan with Duke Plus is wide open. It's everybody that's accepting traditional Medicare. You'll be very hard pressed to find a provider that does not accept traditional Medicare. They do exist. I live in Raleigh, and there's probably 2 practices I know that don't accept Medicare at all. And more power to them. They have enough of a pull and a patient base that they can do that. But generally speaking, you're going to have a lot of choices with the Duke Plus plan. All the person needs to do is accept traditional Medicare, and it's in network. And we've got more details on the website about how that looks. But to frame it's modeled after the Duke Select benefit structure, if you will. So let's talk a little bit about Medicare. There are a lot of acronyms and letters and things like that. So Medicare Part A, which you've paid into your whole work career, is going to help cover hospital expenses. Medicare Part B, as in boy, is going to cover physician services, and also nurse practitioners and PAs and things like that, and outpatient care. Part D, as in dog, is going to cover prescription drug coverage. So you don't need to get a standalone Part D plan if you qualify for the Duke Plus Medicare supplement that we're talking about. It's incorporated in our Duke Plus medical plan. Part B and D premiums. So these are based upon a couple of factors. Basically, the IRS looks at your modified adjusted gross income from 2 years ago from your retirement date, and that's where they determine what your premium structure is going to be. For most of us, we're going to fall into the standard premium structure, and that's for Medicare Part B, $104.90 right now per month, per person. So you'll fall under that if you're single and your modified adjusted gross income from 2 years ago was under $85,000. If you're a married couple, you need to be under $170,000 to get into that $104.90 premium rate. There's a small group, fewer than 5% of everybody that's eligible for Medicare, that are going to pay a higher monthly premium for Medicare Part B and D based on their income. And if you feel like you're going to fall into that category based on your modified adjusted gross income, you can talk to us, and there's some resources too on the Medicare site that will tell you what premium structure that you're going to be in. And that's something above and beyond on a federal level, so even if you shopped around for a plan in the open market, you'd be subjected to that premium. So let's talk a little bit about provider networks, which we talked a bit about before. So if you're Medicare eligible and you're under a Duke Plus Medicare plan, you can see any provider that accepts traditional Medicare. Most Duke providers accept Medicare, and there are some providers in the mental health space that aren't accepting that, so they would be paid for at an out-of-network level versus an in-network level. Participants not eligible for Medicare, so that would be someone who's an under 65-year-old and retiree or a spouse, her partner. You've got a choice of a nationwide network through United Healthcare. It's called the UHC Choice Plus Network. And I think the website's in your slide, and you can also link to it off of our website. It includes Duke providers and also providers throughout the United States. So if you have a person that's on your account that's under 65 and you're in this Medicare plan, then they would be looking at that to achieve the most cost savings, where they would get an in-network benefit. The plan does also offer an out-of-network benefit too, with a $500 deductible, and then the plan pays 70% after that. So any claims for things outside of the United States are going to be paid at an out-of-network level. Duke Plus, again, a quick thing, very much modeled like Duke Select is our most popular plan. Primary care is $20, specialist $45, or it could be less depending on what Medicare pays. So where we get a lot of benefit as a retiree under our plan is really in the pharmacy space. So conceptually what would happen is if you had a $100 bill, Medicare is going to pay 80%, so $80. There's a $20 remaining amount owed. That's going to be the same as your primary care copayment, so it's sort of a wash in that situation. If you have a $200 or $300 amount and then 80% off of that, then the copayment's going to be the lesser amount. So anyway, that's how it works. You're going to get an explanation of benefits from our company that administers this, and they're called UMR. Inpatient hospital admission, if you're going to one of our Duke hospitals, it's a $450 copayment, free caviar and champagne, and possibly an afternoon tea, depending on what's available. So $550 if you're going to an outside facility out of the Duke space. Inpatient skilled nursing facilities, it's a $250 copayment per admission, and there's a 60-day limit on that. Yep. Hi.
If you are, see, you have to go to Medicare at 65. If you're still working at 65 and you still have to go to Medicare, do you then move to the different, that plan instead of the one that
Right. You guys are awesome. You are so, I would be totally asleep under the table at this point in the presentation, but you guys are really on it. So great question. So the question is, if I'm 65, you don't need to tell anybody. We're all friends here. So if you were, let's say I'm 65 and I'm on Medicare and I am still working here at Duke. I do not need to enroll in Medicare Part B as in boy. Medicare A will be automatic for me, but you do not want to enroll in Part B as long as you're actively working at Duke Health or Duke and you've got the active health plan that you have right now. At the point in time where you decide to retire, then you're going to want to make an appointment with the benefits office about 60 to 90 days before that, and we're going to walk you through the process. And basically, we will give you what I affectionately call your get out of jail card, so you don't get in trouble for enrolling in Medicare Part B after the age of 65. We basically fill out a government form and let them know you're okay, you don't need to be penalized, you were doing everything you should. So bottom line is, if you are actively working, you're on our active health plan, and you're 65 or older, you do not need to enroll in Medicare Part B. You will need to enroll in Medicare Part B once you make the decision to retire from Duke. And that logic works for a spouse too, or a partner. So let's say I've got a spouse that's right now 65 and under my health plan, she does not need to enroll in Medicare Part B until I retire from Duke.
How about, so we have the plan, it's called Duke Option.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have children, you know, that are coming up to age 26. So, and they all, you know, there's got a state thing going on, and I can travel, so we did that because it has coverage, you know, out of state.
Right.
So what would I do then? I mean, with this plan, if I transfer to 65, and everybody else is
Right.
so would, I retire, would we lose all the benefits of having a plan that's covering people out of state?
No, so good question. So someone is 65, they've still got kids that are out and about and they're under 26. The Duke Plus plan will still cover those children. They're going to go through that nationwide network called UHC Choice. So it's throughout the country. You can put in Texas, Florida, wherever, and you can find a network provider. So it will still provide you flexibility like you have with your current health plan Duke options.
Are there any other restrictions related to people over 65 or less than full time? Say partial retirement, like 75% or 50%.
Right. So I'll speak to that really high level, and you might want to touch base with me afterwards. But we have a provision on our health insurance plan that's kind of little known. It's out there, but it's pretty neat. And it basically states that if you have more than 20 years or more of service with Duke, and it's based on your current continuous service date, if you are working 20 or more hours with us, we will still subsidize your health insurance. So I'm a 20-year employee with Duke. I go, I'm tired of working 50 hours a week. I'm going to do 20. I could ratchet down to 20 hours and I would still get subsidized health insurance, still taken out of my paycheck, still like I'm used to having it done on a pre-tax basis. So there's some options for people to kind of ease their way into the process. It's a hard process. I mean, I talk to people and I feel like they're retiring and I feel like I've got to hug them and tell them, they didn't lose their best friend or something. There's a big emotional component for some people that are leaving the organization. And part of this is, we don't address the emotional component very well, but it's important for you personally to kind of get you geared up for what your new retiree life is going to look like. Go ahead. Okay, so the question is, I'm 65, I'm retired as an example. I need to get Medicare Part A as in apple, B as in boy, and that's it. Where does Duke Plus fall into it? Duke Plus, predominantly, it's going to help you with some of your healthcare expenses, and the biggest advantage of Duke Plus is pharmaceutical coverage. Part B will only cover 80% of outpatient services. Part D is in dog. Okay, so if you went, the Part D component of this, Part D is basically, it's incorporated into our Duke Plus medical plan as a pharmacy benefit, and that's a Part D plan. If you said, for some reason, I don't want the Duke Health plan, I just want to go out in the open market, for you to have prescription drug coverage, you would have to get a standalone Part D plan and pay a premium associated with that Part D plan. And they're going to come in all different sizes and flavors. And there's sort of a minimum Part D requirement at the federal level, and we're above that minimum by a lot here at Duke. And so if you went out in the open market and you wanted to have pharmaceutical coverage outside of the Duke Plus plan, you'd want to be searching for a Part D plan. And they're all going to be a little bit different, and you'd have to look at what drugs they cover and what sort of expenses you would incur by using that particular plan based on your needs. And that's where you get into the donut hole, which people have heard, where you've got kind of a potential gap in coverage. Once you reach a certain dollar amount, then you pay money out of your own pocket for pharmacy, and then once you get through that donut hole, it starts paying again. It becomes a bit more complex, but the Part D plan is just a general thing stating that you've got pharmacy coverage and you're in the Medicare space. Does that help answer? Okay, and I'm available afterwards too if you want to kind of walk through this. So okay, I'm gonna get the fish hook in a second, I think, or the umbrella hook, I don't know what it is, so let me move on. Pharmacy, this is the same thing that you all are used to with our other health plans. You can go to a retail pharmacy, get a 34-day supply. If it's a generic, then you're not gonna have a deductible, you're just gonna have a copayment. You can continue to use the home delivery, mail order service if you want to. One little stipulation here, if you're using the Duke pharmacy to get long-term 90-day medicines, if you're on the Duke Plus plan, unfortunately, we can't offer the special pricing incentive that you see right now, and this is just basically some programming limitations. Duke Pharmacy does a great job for us, but they're not the Walmart of the world, and so they don't have all the technology that a larger pharmacy has. So we can talk through some logistics with that with you, but basically the concept is your pharmacy plan, same deductibles, same co-payments, it's gonna look and feel like what you have right now. So how do you maintain your health insurance into retirement? Again, this is sort of a housekeeping thing. If you don't pay your premiums, no coverage, right? But it's pretty basic. We warn you a lot in advance if for some reason you were at risk of losing your coverage for not paying your premium. And then Medicare Part B premiums are going to be deducted directly from your Social Security retirement benefit. If you're not triggering your Social Security retirement benefit, then Medicare would just bill you on a quarterly basis. Remember, you cannot enroll in retiree health or dental if you cancel, re-enroll. So once you're out of our plan as a retiree, you can't come back in. So if you get wooed by a salesperson at your door to enroll in a Medicare plan, understand there's consequences if you leave the Duke plan. And we're more than happy to help you sort of do an analysis and go, is this the best thing for me? And give you some things to consider. So if you have a salesperson at your door and you think this sounds really great, you can call us and come talk to us, and we'll kind of go through the things for you to consider in your choice process. But basically, if you've broken up from Duke, it's over, sorry. So retiree health and dental, if you've got a spouse or a partner, they can continue the coverage if they're covered under your retiree health and or dental plan. So great thing, nice protection for them. If I were to pass, let's not say you, well, kill me today. So if I were to pass, then my wife, who's covered under my retiree health plan, would be able to continue the policy, and she would continue at an individual rate. So sort of a good planning process there. My wife would probably be devastated to never remarry, I hope. So, unless it's the pool boy. But basically, in that awkward transition for me, and I'm on camera too. So, if your spouse or partner remarries, then at that point, all bets are off and the retiree health and dental plan cancels. I think that's only fair, right? Other benefits here, these are a little bit more fluff and stuff, but personal casualty insurance, which is your homeowner's insurance and things, are going to be still available to you. The credit union, which I love, they're so nice over there, you can continue your relationship with them. If you're with the athletic facilities, you can still do that. There's a retiree association that has a good speakers sort of panel, and they meet a couple of times a year. There's some adult learning things that you can participate in. If you love the Duke libraries, like many do, you can also have access there. There might be small fees depending on the library that you're going to have a connection with, and that's part of some resources we have online that we'll go into. Let me get really quick. Let's talk a little bit about your retirement income. Lynn has probably spoken to this a lot, but generally financial planning experts are looking at 75% of what you're making pre-retirement is what you need post-retirement. This is a very specific number based on your own family and budget situation. I've seen people that can live off of 35 or 40%. It just depends where they are. They could have a house paid off, no kids, and have downgraded housing and things like that and can do it on that. And I've seen people that probably want to have 100 or 110%. So it's all about the big bad budget word. So looking at your budget now and figuring out where you want to be and what does that mean in terms of an income flow. Part of that income flow is part of this visual of a three-legged stool. So part of that would be Social Security income, Duke's contribution or other employer retirement plans that you have, and then also personal savings that you've been putting away in your 403B are under your mattress. So Duke retirement plans, if you're a non-exempt biweekly paid employee, we have a defined benefit pension plan fully funded by Duke. It's called the Employees Retirement Plan or the ERP plan. In addition to that plan that is fully funded by Duke, no contribution by you, is the Faculty and Staff Retirement Plan, basically a 403B plan where you're making pre-tax contributions into that account to help with your savings picture. So those are the two components if you're a non-exempt biweekly paid employee. If you're an exempt monthly salaried employee, you're going to be in just one plan, Faculty and Staff Retirement Plan, 403B. You're making contributions hopefully to the plan, as well as Duke is making a contribution to the plan as your employer. If you have had an instance where you've transferred in and out from biweekly to monthly and vice versa, you'd want to give us a call, and this is also published on your benefits statement that you received in the last couple of weeks, but we want to make sure that you have a good picture of that. The basic concept is you're only going to get credit under the defined benefit pension plan called the ERP plan for time that you've worked as a biweekly paid employee. So you're going to kind of have a mixture of income flows there. How do your benefits grow? On the ERP plan, basically there's a formula that we use. It looks at your average final compensation. We basically look at your last 10 years of compensation. We take the highest 5 consecutive. For most of us, it's going to be the last 5 years that we're working at Duke. We're going to look at your years of service at Duke and how old you are when you retire from Duke. That's the ERP biweekly space. And the faculty and staff plan, this is where your benefits are going to rise or fall with investment performance. So it's whatever the stock market is doing. And there have been a lot of recent studies lately that it's very important for people to engage in looking at their investments probably minimally on an annual basis. So don't let this go into autopilot on your 403B plan. You need to look at that maybe just once a year at the minimal, because you could get a lot out of whack over time. And we are kind of in a fortunate situation with the stock market doing so well that probably, generally speaking, a lot of us are going to be probably more heavily in stocks in terms of percentage of our portfolio than we might feel comfortable with right now. So it's really important to talk to one of our investment carriers or a financial planner and make sure your risk allocation is what you're comfortable with, because we can have a lot of fluctuations based on the recent market performance we've had in the last 2 years that could kind of put that out of whack. So classic principle, right? You want to sell high and buy low, right? That's the key. So, and it sometimes feels like a little bit like Las Vegas. But 403B, just a general thing, pre-tax deductions, it's through payroll deduction. You decide where your contributions are contributed, and when you take out the contributions and earnings, they're going to be taxed at the time of withdrawal. How much you can contribute, $12.50 for biweekly, $25 for monthly. Mm-hmm. Let me answer that in just a second, okay? Good question. So how much can you contribute? Hopefully we're all in a space right now where you're contributing, if not through the 403B, you're doing some other mechanism. But basically, here are the minimums. The maximums are $17,500 for the 2014 calendar year. If you're over age 50, it's $5,500 for a total of $23,000. And then there's a catch-up provision if you have more than 15 years of service and your eyes are blue and you like to listen to country music and like grits or something, I don't know. But there's a lot of provisions with that. If you fall into that space, we can talk to you. It's actually located on our retirement plan and retirement manager website online that would see if you're in this third bullet space. Most of us are not, quite frankly. So just keep saving, saving, saving. I'm going to get to your great question in a second. So faculty and staff, if you're monthly, we make a contribution to this plan, 8.9% on the first $57,200 of salary, 13.2% up to a statutory limit of $260,000 per year. So you want to try to, hit the pedal to the metal with some of your savings as you're getting closer to retirement. Question here from the audience very quickly is the required minimum distributions. There's an IRS regulation that says you have to take required minimum distributions out of your 403B account once you've left employment with Duke. The Duke accounts would be subject to required minimum distributions at age 70 and a half. If you are working longer than 70 and a half for Duke, then you won't have to access those retirement minimum distribution or required minimum distributions until April 1st of the year following your retirement. So that sort of nuance you'd want to talk to probably a financial planner or your investment carrier. Now that's only talking about the Duke space, right? So let's say I am 70 and a half and I worked for IBM and I had a retirement plan with IBM that's still there. You'd have to take required minimum distributions out of that account because you're not currently working for IBM in that situation. But ultimately, you'll want to talk to your specific investment advisor to determine what falls into that. So just at a baseline, required minimum distributions are a percentage of withdrawal that you need to take out of a retirement account based on an actuarial table that's established every year by the IRS. The concept is they don't want you to keel over in the IRS and not paid any tax money to them, right? So they want you to start withdrawing it. That's the process. So learning more about retirement options, we've just mailed you in the last 2 weeks or so your personal benefit statement. So keep that, look at that, put it in a safe place. We have a website that's pretty amazing that you can look at to do projections on what we currently have in your retirement account. You can put in your spouse or partner's information into that website too, and you can do some projections on rates of return and wonder if I increase the amount I was contributing. It can give you some good resource there. We've got some retirement planning workshops every month that you could look at. And of course, a one-on-one meeting with somebody is very important. If you're within 5 years of retirement, I really encourage you to set up that sort of meeting and have a real more engaged discussion about your personal situation. Quarterly statements you're going to be receiving from your investment carriers, and we've got a retirement planning website for you too, our guide, if you want to look at that by paper. So what's your kind of take-home things here? Look at your financial plan, meet with a retirement plan investment carrier as a next step if you feel the need to do that, if you're getting close to retirement. Review your choices and make sure you're diversified. Again, the market's done very well, so a lot of us might be a little bit more in a riskier space than we might feel comfortable with, so you want to look at that. And we would want to consider increasing your contribution to the retirement plan also. Beginning in July, I'm going to tell a secret to you and the 5 people listening to our web stream. We are going to be starting a Roth IRA option for people. So there'll be a lot of communications coming out in the next couple months about that and what that means. The concept is the money would be taken out of your check on an after-tax basis, and then when you withdraw it at retirement, the earnings, that initial principal investment and the earnings associated with that after-tax contribution would not be considered taxable income for you. So we're excited to offer that. There's going to be a lot more information going out to you in the future. Employees' retirement plan, we're probably going to skip this for the sake of time. I'll go through. It's a defined formula really quickly. This is not based on the whims of what the stock market are doing. This is the steady Eddie part of your portfolio, which would include the ERP plan and Social Security. This is a good foundation for you in terms of income planning. My only purpose, it's a defined formula here, and this isn't going to mean much to you. My takeaway from this is if you put in more than 20 years, we give you a little bit more money. Isn't that nice? You keep trudging along, doing your thing, creating value for us. Expertise, if you do more than 20, we're going to bump it up a bit. Additional credited service, if you have been an amazing steward of your sick time or carryover bank hours here at Duke, and you're a biweekly paid employee, we're going to give you a little bit of credit for that under your plan. So we take your unused sick or carryover bank hours, divide that by the number of hours in a year, which is 20,080, and give you a little credit bump there. Retirement here, very quickly, what you can do. A normal retirement at Duke is considered at 65. An early retirement is going to be someone who's 45 or older with 15 years of service. This benefit's going to be reduced because you're younger, and we've got to look at how long you're projected to live from an actuarial perspective. But all of these things can be done through an estimate. I am way over time, so we're going to kind of wrap this up. But if you have a question about your employee's retirement plan, and specifically the options available to you, which can include a single life annuity where if you pass away nobody gets it, to leaving a benefit for a spouse or anybody you name under a joint and survivor situation, or even what we call a level income option where you get more money up front, and when you turn 62 or 65 the benefit goes lower. These are all the options that you have available to you. If you have not requested a projection of this benefit, I'd love for you to either leave us some paperwork today, I think this is part of a handout we have, or go on our website and request that. We want you to have some real numbers so you're knowledgeable about what this means for you and your family from a planning purpose. So thank you all. Do you have any specific questions about Duke benefits? And I think Lynn can answer some general things if you do. Thank you for coming. Just a little housekeeping thing. Please make sure, we would love your feedback, and I'm colorblind, I think it's blue. Is it blue, the feedback sheet? Yeah, blue, okay. So blue, that blue feedback sheet, we'd love for you to fill that out before you leave, or if you don't have time now, please drop it in the internal mailbox for us. We want to make sure that these programs are valuable to you and continue to improve them. And so thank you again for coming. There are a series of workshops throughout this afternoon and for the rest of the week, and thanks for engaging in this process. Take care.